let's go ahead and get started. This is our budget workshop. And I just conferred with our town manager, and this is just going to be kind of, open forum to make whatever comments, questions, concerns you have. We have a goodly number of staff folks here that can answer questions. So just open the floor if anybody's got a question, or I know Commissioner Tefano, you had asked some questions via email. We might want to start with those. Anybody else have some questions?
And just for the record, CJ O'Neill is remote. So if there are questions for him, he will be able to answer them.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, staff, specifically Teresa, for putting together a very detailed analysis, answers to my questions. However, the export from our software exports as images. So I have no way of taking these and making them numbers and to do any kind of analysis on them at all. So in addition to that, Teresa, did you ever happen to find out if we can set up users in a read-only?
We are still working with the software company to find out if that is possible.
Okay. So having said that, I'm going to have to do some sort of lengthy, there's 105 pages was the documents that were sent to me. And unfortunately, they're all images, so I'm unable to do any kind of numeric analysis on them. But I do want to hit a couple of points on the original. And I want to talk about the contingency amount. So the recommended budget on the general fund, the contingency amount was 2.6 million. And I had asked Teresa today to give me the fund balance, and you replied, Becky, with the fact that they weren't really complete and that you would feel uncomfortable giving them at this point, but I'll take what you have. So what is the current fund balance at any rate?
The estimated fund balance as of today is $18,267,597.
Okay, so based on a $34 million budget, that would be, I'm doing the math right now, 52% at the current time. A lot of that is ARPA money.
I would not use that percentage. The
Yeah.
percentage that we would be comfortable using is where we were at the end of fiscal year 22, which when you back out ARPA funds was 35%.
35%.
Mhm.
Okay, so 35%. Let me go ahead and figure that one up. Okay, so that'd be a fund balance of 11.9. We'll call it 12 million. My question would be, do we really need this much in contingency if we have enough in the fund balance to even cover this 2.6 million if we ever have to use it, and that way we can take it out of the budget?
Commissioner Tefano, what contingency are you referring to? Can you provide a page number, please?
This would be on the expenditures by function page. I don't have the actual page numbers. I could pull up the original document and look at it, but right now it's just the expenditures by function.
So
And-
Commissioner Tefano, that number is comprised of two different numbers. One is a $600,000 transfer to the building maintenance fund, and the other is $2,028,333 transfer to the CIP fund. And those details,
Yeah, I've got them here. Well, I don't have the details, but I can refer to the other pages. That's Public Works expenses.
Fire
there's another
Station 3.
Yeah, there's another contingency in just the contingency expenses period. That's where it's just listed as transfer to CIP fund. the 2.0 million.
Yes,
And then there's
$5,000 that just says contingency, but that is the amount, is an amount requested to go to the Levine Senior Center. However, it has to remain in contingency due to the new law that was passed before last year's budget, where commissioners, anyone that serves on a board potentially of a nonprofit that we give funds to cannot vote on the funds. So we put the money in contingency during the general budget discussions. And once the budget is adopted, we will bring all of those individual nonprofit requests. And any board member that needs to recuse themselves from the vote will do so at that time.
Right. Well, but still go back to my question, though. Is there a way that we can comfortably reduce that contingency amount to transfer to CIP, which make a tremendous impact on the tax rate, if we could do that, and still have a comfortable fund balance?
The vast majority of that total is $1.5 million, actually just north of $1.5 million for Fire Station 3. So we would be using those dollars in FY24 to help fund construction. And then that sets our tax rate where it needs to be to then transition those dollars over in FY25 to be able to hire staff at that rate. So if you are taking from fund balance, we would not have a sufficient tax rate to be able to proceed with hiring those personnel.
Well, but I'm saying, can we take from the fund balance and still have our comfort level of our percentage of percentage of the budget?
Given our desired fund balance percentage is 34%, and the last locked in percentage that we had from the audit was 35%, that is a tight enough margin that is not something that I would recommend.
How about cutting that contingency in half?
Well,
That
Mr.
would bring us down to about 33%, I think.
Well, our fund balance policy is that we desire to be at 34%. The other thing about our CIP is if you remove the conversation about the fire station, the amount of general fund dollars that are slated to go into the CIP for FY24 are on par with how much we budgeted from the general fund in FY23. If you reduce the amount that you are funding the CIP, then that will have a domino effect next year, because we will have a much smaller CIP fund available next year, and we will have spent the one-time dollars out of the fund balance.
But we should have a greater general fund because, as we know, the sales taxes are going up and we're on an upward trend there. I know we can't count on that, but I still hold to the consideration of, if not eliminating the contingency, which is the transfer to CIP altogether, is to reduce it by half, which would take about 1.2 cents off the budget. And I don't think we need to have that much of a contingency. We've got enough in the general fund in order to cover this.
If Becky can ask a question, please. I understand from previous conversations, but if you refresh my memory of why we like to keep 34% in the
Sure.
balance.
So the statutory requirement is 8%, but previous boards set the 34% policy to be able to essentially cover, what would it be, about 4 months of expenses. So if there is any kind of emergency, or if revenues were to take a significant hit, we all saw the pandemic that we weren't expecting that did have an impact on things. We are able to comfortably cover our expenses for the foreseeable future. It also allows some flexibility for the boards throughout the fiscal year. You inevitably have things that come up that we didn't anticipate through the budget process. And so it does often provide funding for you to be able to do those things outside of the normal budget process.
Yeah.
Does that, I'm sorry, Commissioner Tafano, does that change our rating when we're
I'm certainly looking to Teresa on this one, but your fund balance is certainly taken into account when you are rated as far as through Moody's. Your fiscal strength, certainly your fund balance is evaluated during that process.
So may I follow up to your comment, Renee, just
I
for a
think
moment?
Teresa wants to weigh in, and I have
Okay,
another
thank
question
you.
to follow up.
Yes, so to weigh in and on that it does have, I mean, when the rating agencies look at the town, the amount of fund balance does weigh into their decision as part of our fiscal health. And just kind of an update to what Becky was saying. The LGC has been making a lot of changes over the last couple of years. And the LGC minimum fund balance now is going to be calculated based on our general fund expenditure budget and no longer just, you know, about having X amount. So based on our current budget, the LGC minimum fund balance for the town of Matthews would be 25%.
That's fine, which if we take $1 million off, at least $1 million off of the contingency amount to transfer to CIP, I think we're going to be in very good shape. And to follow up on the comment is that the 34% is a self-imposed limitation. It's not anywhere in statute. So I feel we have some flexibility there, and it would take over 1 cent away from the tax rate.
And if I could just say, the 34% is a board adopted policy, so any change would have to be voted on by the full board.
Correct. But it is self-imposed.
I would like to make a comment. I'm not comfortable reducing from 34%. That's really closer to a third of, you know, our budget. And I was here during Hurricane Hugo in 1989, and this entire region was shut down for months. And if we had another event like that, I would be very uncomfortable if we only had a couple months of rainy day fund. I do agree, you know, if we're going to 40% or 45%, maybe that's excessive and our taxpayers would expect us to cut it, but I don't think 34% is excessive personally. 4 months goes by pretty quickly. And those of you that were around when Hugo hit, remember that this entire region was shut down for about that long. Really devastating.
So what was the general fund balance? What was the percentage at the end of that 4 months of Hurricane Hugo?
That probably predates everybody in this room.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Charlie.
If we're going to use it as an example, we should have some facts. What is the, so what was the fund balance percentage at the end of 1989?
That is something I would have to research.
I think we just did fine. We came out of it just fine. We've got an opportunity here to lower the tax by over 1 cent. And I think it'd be a reasonable consideration.
Mr. Garner.
Teresa, when Commissioner Topano said he felt it would be okay if we went to 25%, is that what you?
No, that'll drop it down to approximately 30. I'll have to do the calculation, but drops it down to about 32%, I believe. But let me double check.
In your experience, where do you fall comfortably on this?
I am in the 34 and above range because as Mayor Higdon pointed out, I'm coming to you from a coastal region where if we didn't have, 40% or higher fund balances, I mean, because hurricanes hit there quite frequently and things are shut down for 4, sometimes 6 months. And 34 is a very strong, but yet conservative fund balance approach. And if I could just reiterate what the town manager said, if this transfer to the CIP fund, which is in contingency, has ongoing cost implications that if we cut this out and we move forward with the fire station, then we're going to need a penny or to a penny and a half to fund the staffing for that station when we get to that point.
First of all, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound snarky, but we're not on the coast, and we only had one incredible event in the last 25 years. So again, I repeat, we have an opportunity here to save the taxpayers a whole penny, more than a penny. And it's, I think it's financially prudent, and it's also conservative if it drops it down just 1% or 2. And I would like to get the board's opinion on that.
Commissioner Garner.
I'm really still trying to understand where staff recommends because I understand your experience in the financial realm, Mark, but I do think that it's a little bit different coming from a municipal side. And so I would like to defer to Teresa on this. And I would also like to understand a little bit more about what you were saying about the LGC changing what they require. Also, if you could provide some sort of like context or cause and effect of what that means for future boards, as we just went through the bond process. Part of our rating was factored into our interest rate, and how kind of these changes would impact future decisions.
Well, the LGC minimum fund balance kind of requirements that they're coming up with is now based on the amount of your budget, rather than, they used to look at a lot of things by population size. However, that didn't always correlate. And if fund balance continues to drop and or drops below your adopted policy, then when we go to the LGCA to issue any of the bonds, to sell the bonds that we have approved by the citizens, and or if we have to go to them for any type of financing, then they're going to have a lot of questions and ask, for our, to understand why we went below those percentages and what our plan is to build the fund balance back up.
Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So got in here a little late, apologize for that. The 34% fund balance has been on predating me, so 15, 16 years, plus my time served on various other boards. I mentioned at various times to adjust that, but I think the prudency weighed out the fact that it's only 3 or 4 months of covered costs. And I have experienced where we had 37, 38%, and we took that delta back to 34%, and it's a one-time cost. That's it. It's not reoccurring. So I'm not sure what this conversation's about, because when you adjust the fund balance, it's a one-time heroin hit. That's it. And I think we had, a piece of fire equipment or something like that, and we adjusted back to 34 and picked up that 3% add. So this is not a recurring item. If it was a recurring item, I think it would have some merit to look at a 0.2 spread, but I do know when we dip below the 34%, it took an awfully long time to get it back to 34%. It gave the financial department and town manager fits to dealing with the LGC and getting us back on track. It also affected the CIP funding program that we look at 5, 10, 15 years down the road. So it has a lot of unintended consequences. And I think the validity of the 34% is it really solidly grounds us. It's been a working number. Just because we haven't tested it doesn't mean something may not happen, but I'm not quite sure I understand this conversation tonight about how you adjust fund balance to pay for reoccurring costs or tax dollars as if it's all spent in one fell shot. Now, I hear something about the contingency. I know that the 1.5 million, which is 2 pennies, is on the fire station operating side or fire station building side, then goes to operational side. If you do not commit to that, you will be back next year and the year after trying to cobble together more pennies to operate fire station number 3. So I'm more than happy to have further discussion, but I would not be one on this board to want to play with the fund balance, having weathered fund balance being above and a fund balance being below.
Commissioner Tefano, I'll get to you in a moment. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
So basically, in not so certain terms, if we lowered this contingency, which has to do with the CIP, we'll just have to raise the tax rate next year. So you're only giving a year of quote unquote relief, according to you're just kicking the can down 12 months.
That is correct. The other thing that I would say is, part of the conversation that this board has had is the specific costs for Fire Station 3, we're still a little premature in knowing, excuse me, exactly what those dollars and cents are going to be at the end. So being able to put $1.5 million towards the cost of making sure that we're moving forward with that building. We talked about having to take out a loan for Fire Station 3 if ARPA doesn't cover the rest of it. My recommendation would be at that point in time, before you take out that loan, that would be a time to look at your fund balance to see, is there any opportunity there to be able to take out less of a loan to be able to get us completed with construction. But this 1.5 million does set us up to help offset costs of construction this year and then roll right into operations. So it really is ensuring that we can move forward with Fire Station 3 without additional hurdles.
Mr. Tofano.
Yes, I respectively disagree with both Mayor Pro Tem McCool and our town manager. I just finished my calculations. Dropping the transfer to CIP fund to 1 million instead of 2 million lowers the tax rate to 0.2602. It also, based on your statement that the $12 million fund balance from last year was a comfortable thing, that lowers the fund balance to 11 million, which comes out to 32.99%, 32.33%. So we're dropping it by 1%. We're going to save the taxpayers 1.2 cents.
And are you saying that we're just going to keep dipping into that fund balance year after year? Because the money's going to be used, it's going to be used next year to pay for the employees. So what it's going to pay for the employees.
There is no additional dipping. In other words, you're
So where's the money coming from?
You're paying for it out of the general fund.
But then you have to pay for it next year. It's one time.
You
have to pay
Can you
for it.
tell us what the general fund is going to be next year?
I can tell you we have to pay our employees next year.
No, the general fund has been increasing every single year.
Gotcha. But
Okay.
if you lower it this year, which I kind of understand that, right? That money is going to go to next year to pay those employees. So then you're going to have to come up with $1.5 million next year either way.
Just the general increase in property taxes plus the general increase in sales taxes will more than cover this. This is something we've been talking about over the last few months about how grand things are. We got this opportunity. We're only going down to 33% on the fund balance. We're not going to hurt anything, and we're going to save we're going to save a considerable amount of money for the taxpayer. We'll put it that way.
Commissioner Urban.
So I don't, it's creative math, I suppose, but fund balance, if you drop it, you get that delta spread one time and one time only. That's the fact. But your point is that somehow the separate conversation you're having is, well, the growth is such that it offsets that deficit. Okay, well, the problem is when the state comes back and says, Town of Matthews, this is going to increase on you, that's going to increase on you. We're trying to get better roads out, et cetera, et cetera. It's showing that that delta is not there, that we're basically in an even balance, because what's happening is Becky is trading off things that are rolling off the calendar, things are getting paid for, and those things immediately have places that need to be gone someplace for expenses. So you're assuming that in a perfect world that things are going to continue to rise up, but there's not going to be offsetting penalties. And what you're going to do is you're gambling with those offsetting penalties, hoping that next year you come back and don't have to increase taxes. I don't know how, Teresa, you can even factor that or spreadsheet it from that standpoint. If the economy does go into a recession, it definitely will not occur. So it's two separate conversations. It's great if you have a windfall towards the end and you're making some money in that aspect of it. You have that conversation then, but you're trying to have a conversation now about a hypothetical.
Commissioner Urban, to that point, just doing some back of the napkin math here. If we saw the same growth in our property taxes in FY25 that we have experienced over the last few years, which was 2.74%, and then we saw the same growth in our sales tax in 25 that we expect to see in 24, the new revenue for the town next year would be $676,872. That's it. 3% raises is over $400,000 now. We don't know what the state will do with retirement costs. And we would have over $1.5 million in new personnel expenses with no funding source from those two lines. So we don't see the amount of, as robust as those lines have been, they don't actually translate into enough natural growth that we would be able to cover the expenses that would be coming with Fire Station 3.
And we've seen this even with exponential amount of growth in Matthews in the late 90s and again in the early 2000s before the little recession. So, but Becky, to your point, your spreadsheet, you could plug in all these dynamics. You could hypothesize growth without any increased expenses and see where that's at, correct? So Commissioner Tofano, he could give you numbers and you could plug them in. The spreadsheet is math and it could plug it out. But what you're telling me though is, again, what I've said is you're not going to outpace our expenses.
We
And
will.
I think playing with the bond funds is, I don't have a problem. You want to take it to 30%, that's fine. I just know the aggravation of dealing with the state. I know the aggravation of trying to bring it back up on par. And it was a one-time fix. If you're finding it an interest project, it was a one-time fix, maybe, but I wouldn't gamble with it.
Commissioner Whitley.
Thank you so much. I think we're missing something too. We're 10 days from whether this country go into default and paying our bill. And that is going to make a tremendous difference on everything that we do. And, you know, right now, I would feel safe in holding what we got. Let's make sure we get past that, because if it don't, then everything that everybody got, even Social Security, is going to be cut. So I don't want to, I want us to make sure we look at everything, because that's looming. That's top on the agenda right now, trying to make sure that we do not default on what we owe. So thank you.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the town manager in that I think we look at this line item, and if it greatly exceeds 34%, then I'm in agreement with Commissioner Tofano that, you know, we're holding too much of the taxpayers' cash and we need to go ahead and spend it down. And I would prefer, if we find ourselves at 36 or 37%, that we take some of that fund balance at that time to help, for instance, pay for the fire station. That's, you know, it's just a lot more risky to hope that we get the returns that we've had historically. We don't know that. And I'd hate to, I sure don't want to be having this conversation again where we're raising taxes yet again. We try to raise taxes as infrequently as possible. Commissioner Whitley.
Thank you. With that being said, and I think it's with the banks failing, and I never asked this question, but the money that the town hold, do we have it in different banks?
Well, the money that the town holds by North Carolina statute is fully collateralized by any bank. We can't put the money into any bank. So it's far greater than FDIC protection.
Okay.
It has to be fully collateralized by the bank so that we would get the taxpayer money out. Now, of course, if they just completely fail and have no money, I mean, that's a catastrophe that none of us want to think about. But if something were to happen, local government gets their money first. And
So
then
it's
the
not like
average.
$250,000.
No, sir. It's, if we have $32 million in there, then we are collateralized and covered for $32 million.
Is that a guarantee for local?
Yes,
This
it's,
round?
yes,
Okay.
How much did you say?
it's dollar for dollar. If we have 32 million, we're covered for 32.
Commissioner Urban.
So, and I know we're talking about fund balances, but I want to make sure everybody's clear. We know what the fund balance is for the past year or the year we're in, but to talk about fund balance moving forward is something that is not distilled until September. Because we're always behind the curve. So if we come back at 36, 37%, more than happy to have that discussion to change that delta to get it back to 34 and apply that fund difference to a project or something of that nature. But I don't know, you could take a swag at what the fund balance could be because of all the variables. And the fact is, I never understood it. I just learned to agree to accept it, is that it'll be September before we find out something we should know in July. But anyway,
Right, because it takes until September to get all the
Get all the
sales
receipts in.
tax and the receipts in and to pay, make sure all the bills are paid that are related to,
and then
This fiscal year.
because the auditors tonight will be talking about what is currently,
right.
and even they will not give their unqualified statement about
No.
what might be.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Town Manager Hawk, did you have a comment? You had your light on there for a second.
No, I was just answering a quick question by Commissioner McCool.
Just for the benefit of the board, I was asking about the tag fee that we charge per car, and I was informed we can only raise that $5, so that'd be a negligible increase anyway.
Commissioner Garner.
So we all got an email from a constituent, and I'd like to ask some of the questions that were in that email, if I may.
Sure.
Um, I'll run through this pretty quickly. I think I know the answers to a lot of them, but just to clarify for the public and anybody that may be interested. First question is why is the cultural arts copier contract more than double any other department? And do you want me to throw in my guess? Like we can play Jeopardy here and
I'd like to know what the answer is. but-
So the contracts are based on actual usage. And so for a lot of the work that they do, printing in color is more expensive, but to be attractive with their printings, they end up doing a lot in color. So we're charged, it was a competitive contract, and then we're charged based on usage.
so these are the colorful flyers that go out that have the calendar in it, and they go to all over the community and kind of fill in a gap on sharing information to people who don't rely on the internet for all of their understandings of town events.
Corey, do you want to answer more about the copier contract?
Yeah, one thing that we do is we used to contract that out, the printing of a lot of the monthly newsletters. And now we do those in-house. It just is more efficient time and money to just do it in-house.
And as was stated, it was competitively bid and we took the lowest responsible bidder, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Commissioner Tawano?
Corey, based on that, was it cheaper to do it in-house? It may be more efficient, but was it cheaper to do it in-house?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But the next question, well, I'm skipping one, but the next question about the Beach Fest budget. The person who wrote in said that Charlotte, partners with private companies, I guess, and corporations to hold events. So I would like to preface this by saying that Charlotte also grants money to places like Center City Partners who host the event. So just taking a cursory glance at their budget, they grant them nearly $7 million. So it's not, I guess, you can't really say that they're not paying for events, but to that effect, do we have sort of cost benefit analysis of the events aside from the quality of life and the attractiveness of living in Matthews that these events provide?
Corey, do you just want to come on up, answer that? Short answer is yes, but we'll let Corey give a little bit more detail.
Corey, I'll try and group them together so that you don't have to, keep going back and forth.
So to make sure I understand the question, we're looking at the cost benefit analysis of having, the Coca-Cola Beach Fest instead of Matthews Beach Fest. Is that what you're asking? Or a corporate sponsor?
I read the question to say the benefit of having, I think there's another question that sort of asks more to that effect, but I read it more to say if we're putting 68,000 into Beach Fest, what are we getting in return for that?
Okay, good.
All right, so I may need a little time to get specific to Beach Fest. So what I have is a breakdown of each division and cost recovery throughout all special events. I need to dive deeper into Beach Fest to look at it just as a number here in the sheet. I will also just say if you guys recall back in, I think it was 2014, where we presented our cost recovery model. And we looked at programs and events based on what the benefit is. And it was this nice big triangle. The items at the bottom were the greater community benefit. And the expected cost recovery was anywhere from 0 to 25%. So we're saying that, you know what, this is what makes Matthews, this is what is, we hear the citizens say that they want. And so the expectation, say to cost, to charge and reimburse or recover that was certainly lower. Now that included parks, Beach Fest, the larger community events. Then it just moved up by tier. So the events that have a little more individual benefit, some community benefit, that's roughly that 50 to 75%. And then totally individual benefit is 100 plus. You know, we talked through that, and I guess at the time the board felt that that was a good approach to take, and we've certainly continued that, you know, since we sort of put that information together. But I can't get specific to Beach Fest, but give me tomorrow, and I can have that.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I guess based on that question, that's tourism dollars, so that has no impact whatsoever on our property tax rate.
That is
So,
correct.
yeah, just wanted to confirm that.
Commissioner Garner.
Thank you for clarifying that, Ken. I think that's important to recognize. So, you know, in my mind, you can't quantify quality of life, right? And I don't know that Beach Fest needs to be the one that we pick on for any sort of analysis. So, and I definitely won't have time to look at it tomorrow, Corey. So please don't rush out of here and get those numbers down. But I think understanding what it does for, how do we measure what it does? And speaking from somebody who works in a field where there is no measurement of appreciation, right? You know, I don't need to see a line item to say that there is a benefit there.
Certainly. I think, looking at the information I have, looking at the 4 divisions, the way that they line up, it falls right in line with what we just described as this triangle. Looking at Cruise Recreation Center, Cruise recovered, well, in FY22, Cruise Recreation Center recovered 88.65% of all their operating expenditures. And when you think about what is in Cruise, it is the practices. It's really this individual benefit. And the recovery rate sort of speaks to that. The Matthews Community Center recovered 48.5%, more of that mix. Special events was roughly 17%. Looking at where events fall, it is this community benefit. And of course, parks, which is what we want to make free and available to everyone, recovered 14.7% of the total expenditures.
And how much does private partnership offset any of the actual event costs?
I'd have to dig into it to get a good number for you, but we do set a revenue goal for special events. And certainly we have a baseline we look at with each individual event. Certainly Leanne is charged with finding sponsorships. And if it's a partnership, if it's one that will make sense and one that works, we certainly explore all these options.
Have you ever turned away a sponsor?
I'll say we
the dog park. I remember we were going to do
there was an idea to
do the, you know,
to offer sponsorships within the dog park, and fear of it being labeled a bunch of banners. It was the example placed around the fences. We did take a pause before moving in that direction.
That was a good pun.
But as far as some of the businesses, I guess there have been a few. I'll say Leanne has shared with me, just said this probably is not a good fit. But for the most part, she is being creative and finding ways to bring in as many community partners that are going to participate financially, as many as possible.
I could just make a comment. I was at Beach Fest this year, and there were thousands of people in attendance, and I saw lots of people smiling and laughing. It really added a lot, I think, to the quality of life. And I think of events like the holiday crawl and the jazz concerts and things we've had. And admittedly, a lot of people that attend those events don't live in Matthews. They live in Charlotte or they live in Monroe. But I've talked to a lot of those folks and they said, you know what, Matthews is a beautiful community. I'm going to come back down here on Saturday and go to your farmer's market, and I'm going to go eat here. So I think we generate a lot of business and a lot of publicity for our town by these events. They really add to the quality of life, and I think they're kind of priceless. Like if we, nickel and dime them, they are paid out of the tourism fund, so they don't affect ad valorem taxes. And I think they add to what makes living in Matthews a special kind of life experience. Commissioner Urban.
Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely correct. And actually, Corey, you've been back in front of this board since 2014. We are continually readjusting and balancing fees for things and what we charge, and sort of allowing taking into account inflation and things of that nature. So the board has always been respective of the fact that costs do increase, and we're offsetting that. So we're not the delta, meaning the delta hasn't continually gone down for events. We've tried to balance those things as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Certainly, the cost of a sponsorship is not the same this year as it was, well, certainly 2 years ago, but
Right.
before COVID, we have adjusted our pricing. Short answer is yes.
So, I mean, and Ken was spot on. This is tourism funds. And I think of it as, it's, in my mind, it's a gap filler. I mean, you've got a great, well-oiled machine called the Parks and Rec Department, who with Leanne, dealing with the special events, and you, of course, will float out to Corey over there. But the fact is that we would not be able to do the things we do without that one consolidated effort. And there are so many other little nonprofits, it would be hard to coalesce them together to handle these things. And it wasn't until Renee got on his board and she made me think about amenities and parks in a different light. The fact is that that's a quality of life issue where the previous boards have said, that's okay. We'll only recover 18% on the special events. We have the tourism funds. It's part of our, the town idiom that we put on events. I think to the mayor's point, we have a lot of people from out of town come. I don't think we can even put a price on the fact that when they return and visit the hardware store, or they go to their brewery, or they go to now Flying Biscuit and stuff like that. So it's got an economic development aspect of it as well. So I'm not quite, Renee, to your point, I've gotten quite a few emails that talk about tourism funds, and I think they're not understanding the delta, the difference between general fund and tourism funds. It's a separate line item. I mean, it's outside our tax conversation, thankfully. And it's doing a really remarkably excellent job. And had it not been for Lee Myers, Corey, when did the percentage increase go into effect? Do you recall, was that around 2013, 15? We were getting a cut and Lee worked it such we would get a bigger cut.
I would definitely be guessing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
But that story goes back quite a ways in which they founded it, and Lee Myers was taking Air Force Matthews 1 up to Raleigh on a frequent basis to work with the county and get that. And then after a certain number of years, our percentage increased, which had it not, we'd probably have a different conversation today.
Teresa, for the benefit of the public, can you please give us a definition of tourism fund and explains where those funds come from?
I will do my best. The tourism fund is a separate, obviously, fund from the general fund, and the revenues in that fund come from occupancy tax first and foremost, which is the tax everyone pays on a hotel room or Airbnb or bed and breakfast stay within the city limits, town limits of Matthews. It is also the prepared food and beverage tax from every restaurant. There's a percentage from every restaurant in the town of Matthews, and then vehicle rental tax that is tied back to the town of Matthews. And that is the formula that the county has and distributes based on population, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% certain on that distribution, but all of those revenues come from visitors to the area, not from necessarily the citizens of the town of Matthews, except for the prepared food and beverage if they eat in a restaurant here in the town.
Commissioner Garner.
Commissioner Urban, to your point, I understand that there's a separate, tourism fund. I guess that since we are in the middle of talking money, to me, it made sense to go ahead and talk about some of these things that came up. And since there's a handy list, I wanted to.
I think you got this, I got the same email and I get it. And I did respond to that person and I said, there's two separate things going on here. And I hopefully that the questions are well-founded, no doubt about it. I mean, if you want to know why copier rates are so much higher than others, I mean, you get very expensive. It makes a lot of sense. But the other aspect of it is that tourism just seems like that golden goose that, oh yeah, we just don't deal with that issue. We could save pennies on the dollar. And it's not, it's a completely separate thing. I know you get it from that aspect of it, but I've been getting those emails, and from your questions, it was a similar email. It was sort of like, what about blah, 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 blah. And I think a lot of my responses were, it's tourism driven. What is in this thing? But anyway.
Do you
Yeah.
want to go on and?
I would
there-
like,
there are
if
other
it's
questions.
not
That's, I mean,
eating up too much time, I would like to get some more answers, just because I feel like we owe it to people who were asking the questions. So I'll stay with picking on Corey. I'm sorry, Corey. And then I'll move on to somebody else, though. I promise you won't be last. The next one was, well, actually it goes to Becky, and is there a sort of a line item or an audit for events that receive funds from the town? And I think this is probably mostly picking on Matthews Alive.
So the special events that are funded by the town, well, I would say the revenues and expenditures that flow through the town coffers are all included in our annual audit process. We don't require audits for our outside partners, but we do ask for financial information. Some of them do their own audits, and in that case, we might get that information, but otherwise, we at least ask for an accounting of how they spent the town dollars.
And on that note, I think it makes sense that we at some point have a discussion about what we expect from entities that are receiving money. Certainly not in the middle of budget season when we're trying to hammer out some of these details. Now that back to Corey. There is, I guess, a 20% increase in special events funds. Do you have sort of a shining preview of what we could expect from that?
Yes. So some of it is an increase in production costs. The light and sound that we hire for each event, that includes Beats and Bites, certainly Beach Fest, and all the events that bring in that service. Those rates just have simply gone up. But in addition to that, we've added funding for our Juneteenth event. We are continuing to deliver what we talked about, the holiday events. We are continuing fireworks, which also saw, I mean, not a terribly significant increase, but the cost of fireworks is greater. I mean, those are the two biggest needle movers, or the three biggest needle movers in the special events budget. Certainly increased costs for bands, for food truck events. And that is honestly, that is about the bulk of that is the bulk of the increase over last year.
And this particular email said there was a $50-something thousand increase for food trucks. I didn't see that in the budget. I saw a line for 34,000.
Yeah, the line item for food trucks went up $2,000. No, I'm sorry. From last year, it was, no, that's my ask. Let's see, I can pull up.
And is that for food trucks or is that for food truck events?
That is Beats and Bites. That's the line item that we pay for that.
So it includes the bands and it includes town services and,
That's, yeah, bands, certainly all the production and any of the ancillary costs associated with Beats and Bites.
I think the implication of the email was that we were paying food trucks to come here. Is that the case?
No, food trucks pay us.
Exactly. And that's the way I read that email. The thought was that the town was paying food trucks for the privilege of coming to Matthews.
No.
and on that note, would it make sense to change in the budget some language so that it food truck events or something like that, Beats and Bites instead of saying food truck, so it's a little more clear.
Yeah,
Is that-
it's pretty easy to make that go there based on how it's written now.
Well, we are going to be making some adjustments to the names of a number of lines, and that's certainly one that we can adjust for next year.
And I think that's all of the questions specifically about Parks and Rec. Is it okay if I continue or?
Mr. Tafano, go ahead.
I was just going to get down into the line items in the budget, but if you have some additional comments to make, please.
There are a few more questions I would like to discuss. Okay. This one, I understand because I was a room mom for several years at Matthews Elementary and didn't realize until that point how many people don't have email and the internet, and how things had to be sent home on paper. And so I think, I'm prefacing the question, I guess. And so I understand why we do this, but between those families that don't have internet access and Annalisa Watley recently said something to me that made me think, how much the people at Matthews Glen appreciate receiving paper copies as well, that there just aren't a lot of people who walk around like I do with my phone glued to my face. So on that note, the question is why there is an increase in cost associated with direct mail.
Sure. So that is a one-line budget for all of Maureen's efforts, but one of the largest increases is looking to do some more annual mailers out to all of our citizens. To your point, Commissioner Garner, that is something that we hear quite frequently. And, coming as a former communications professional and Maureen doing this every single day, the ability to have the community pay attention to the messaging that we're trying to send out, to understand what's going on, you really have to hit on all fronts. So it's not paper instead of social media, it's and so it's hitting as much social media as we can. It's paying to boost posts to sometimes have them get any bit of traction. It's doing mailers out at least a couple times a year on large items. And so that is to be able to put at least something into the hands of every property owner, every community member on an annual basis. And so it really is just a complete communications effort. And so it's just trying to put some funding behind that just doesn't exist right now.
Thank you for clarifying that and explaining that. I think as elected officials, we all have at some point priced mailing things directly to every home in Matthews. And I know I have shied away from doing that because it's cost prohibitive, but
We also know what most of those mailers end up in the recycle bin before they're taken in the house.
but I do know, as a room mom, there were about a third of the kids in each class who I couldn't reach their parents through email. And so I think for inclusivity and for reaching people who don't have the same privileges I may have, it's important that they get that piece of mail.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, the internet's very, having web service is expensive. It's not inexpensive. And probably something, if you have to prioritize your budget, it's probably not at the top line.
This next one sort of relates to that. Are you guys bored of me asking these questions yet? Am I okay?
Let's go through them quickly because I do want to hit any other concerns. I know Commissioner Tafano's got some stuff, but let's go ahead and go do them quickly. I don't want to spend the rest of our time on them, but
The tech allowance is at 12,600, which is 1,800 a year per individual. And I know that if we don't each, if it doesn't go to one commissioner more than any other. And if the commissioner doesn't spend that money, it goes back into the general fund. That's correct? Okay. And so is that the last time we had, the suggestion is that use that money to go towards a new sound system for meetings at town hall. I believe the last time we had town hall wired for microphones was 20 years ago or something, and it was like 18,000 at that time. We recently had an estimate, and how much was that estimate?
A little bit more than 18,000.
I'm not even sure about 18,000. I remember thinking it was a lot of money, but apparently that was not a lot of money.
I think it was around 200,000 just for the audio, if I remember correctly. We had a couple different quotes for different things in the room.
Okay, thank you. I won't dwell on that, but I think that provides some context, and knowing that the money does go back if it's not used is important to recognize. At some point, could we get a list of the professional dues that are provided to each department? Because I believe that the League of Municipalities has been really valuable for me, for learning, but also for the advocacy they do. I would be interested in finding out how much adding the NLC dues to that would be. They were sort of front of the line during the pandemic, getting the ARPA funds information out there.
Commissioner Garner, did I understand you correctly that you were wanting a breakdown of what is in the governing body's professional dues line, or all departments?
All departments, I think.
Okay. A number of those were provided in the information that was requested by Commissioner Tofano. We do have a number of those, but we can fill in the rest.
Okay. I generally try not to read group emails. I feel like it
I
sort of
understand.
infringes on the open meeting rule. Okay, the salary increases are all over the 20% mark.
And that is
It-
not accurate.
Okay, well, I would, in my mind, I think that there are probably departments that are hiring, or, new salaries are included in that. And so that would explain some of the changes. I didn't feel like there were any that were dramatically different from 20%, but are there any other sort of variances that would explain why it's not?
I would have to go through line by line. We looked at the averages when we did the pay plan implementation and shared that information with the board, that on average, the increase was about 18%. There were some variations to that. Like I can think of one in our telecommunications division that would have been higher than that. And given that that's a relatively small division, something like that may throw off a percentage, but that was a single individual that needed some additional grade adjustments.
I'd like to, if I could, I'm sorry, apologize, but I'd like to go back to the previous question about the dues that are paid. I think what would be important to demonstrate to the taxpayers is that we get value from that. I certainly get a great value from the Metro Mayor's Coalition, for instance. I know we pay dues for that. So I think it would be good to demonstrate that we're active in the organizations that we're actually paying dues for, and that we're not just paying dues to say we're a member, but we actually have employees that are participating and gathering information from other communities, et cetera. And I know that's the case. I'm not saying that it's not, but I think that would be useful to demonstrate to the public that these organizations are ones that we participate in and get a benefit far in excess of whatever the dues are.
Yeah, we're happy to provide additional detail on that. I will say that is the vast majority of the professional development that our staff pursues is organized and put on by these professional organizations that our staff are members of. So when they're attending conferences or there are webinars that are put on, the majority of those are coming from the organizations that we are a member of. And being a member provides either access and it's free, or it provides a reduced rate to be able to attend that session or that conference, that would cost us more if we were not a member. So it ends up paying for itself, and then some in most cases.
And it helps Matthews use best practices because we're seeing what other folks are doing.
And we do also have certain positions that require designated continuing education hours in order to keep certain certifications. And so again, that's where the majority of that continuing ed would also be coming from.
I think we went over the salary stuff thoroughly. So I'm gonna quickly breeze past that question, but certainly could refer people to that meeting when we discussed it, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I mean, the bottom line is we had to pay our employees a competitive wage or they weren't going to continue to work here. And that's it in a nutshell. So, we can lowball our salaries and we'll lose our best employees because they'll go somewhere else where the pay is better.
The last question is for Captain Sisk. Are you still Captain? Major, I'm sorry. I don't really know the ranks and I'm sorry about that. It's not to demote you.
You might be getting a ticket.
Yeah, I've made it this far without one, 29 years. This question says that, we're replacing 10 vehicles this year. Do you know how many vehicles we have in total? And could you explain, I know the background and why we're replacing the vehicles and how they cycle through, but could you explain a little bit about why we need to do that?
On our replacement policy or plan, we try to do 100,000 miles or 10 years replacement. It cuts down on the cost, repair costs, maintenance costs for vehicles that are driven as much as, especially patrol units, where they run constantly hours throughout the day. The repair costs get really high, the higher the mileage gets on them. And by replacing and I don't have the exact number, how many we currently have, but by replacing those on a regular basis, we get better return when we do sell them off. That comes back into the fund to replace vehicles.
And to put a little bit of color on that, I know Major Sisk, we've got some other staff that have been a little bit more involved in the vehicle replacement plan over the years, but we tend to have approximately 70 vehicles in our fleet. And 10 years was the old desired replacement schedule. We're actually trying to move to a 7-year replacement schedule because at the 10 years, between years 8, 9, and 10 was when we were running into a lot of issues with vehicles and having a lot of non-functioning vehicles. So this does put us on closer to a 7-year replacement schedule, which even at the end of the 7 years, they're pretty much ready to go, but it does provide at least a little bit of residual value. Like you talked about, those dollars, if that vehicle is sold, can go directly back into this fund to keep cycling the vehicles through.
And have we've cycled through all the Chargers? Are those no longer?
We have a couple left. So we're down to just the last few and we will be happy to see them go.
Man, I like that car. I didn't know they were so terrible. They
And-
look nice.
When the cars do need maintenance, is that something that's done in-house?
So the routine maintenance is done at our fleet shop. And if there's body work, if there's an accident or something like that, then we do have to send that work out. So it just depends on what it is, but we do try to do as much in-house as possible.
I think Commissioner Tefano had a question or comment.
We finished, Commissioner Garner? I don't want to interrupt.
I think that covers it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Granicus is a live streaming. Can you explain why we're paying $7,000 to $8,000 a year for live streaming? I thought that was free.
Can we talk about Granicus, please?
Granicus is the service that we were using for our live streaming before we started using Zoom.
So that's not in this year's budget. I'm looking at the line items from the 23 budget that was supplied to me by Teresa.
So in-
So that's not in this year's budget, Granicus live streaming fee? I didn't look to see if it was.
Teresa, can you look through the notes and see if
And,
it's still
and
included in there?
I'll move
And then-
on
yeah,
since we
she'll-
just have a
she'll
few
circle.
minutes. A lot of Bank of America charges and then under the office supplies for every one of them. And I'm assuming obviously every department has their own credit card.
It's our pay
Yeah,
card program.
and so, but the unfortunate part is that when we do that, we don't know what we're buying. In other words, how to get the line items for each of those. Not to question any of that, but what I'm saying is that each department has a considerable amount of expense for supplies, and we don't really know if those are office supplies or job related supplies, but it doesn't matter. What matters to me is I'm wondering if there could be a central store. I mean, most large organizations have a central store. And in other words, the Office Depot, for instance, would make one delivery to this particular store, and then each departments would take supplies from the store as far as the office supplies were concerned. I just wanted to see if we were under a contract with Office Depot or any other office supply company that allows us to have quantity discounts, even if we take it in pieces like this.
Can you speak to that?
Yes, Office Depot is the office, one of the office supply companies that is on state contract. So they have gone through the state's vetting process as far as pricing and pricing offered to local government. So they are one of our larger office supply places, and the fact that they have a store here locally makes it good as well, because sometimes if there's an immediate need, we can place the order online at the government pricing and pick it up in the store. And then we also use many other purchasing cooperatives that are also part of the state contract purchasing.
So when you submit your Bank of America credit card, you automatically get this pricing.
Yes, because we shop,
Mhm.
we have a specific website for the town of Matthews. It's not just officedepot.com.
Okay, it still would be nice to know what is in each of these expenditures. There's a lot of them. And it amounts to a great deal of money. And all I see is Bank of America and Office Depot. I don't really see anything else. I don't want to go into any detail there. What is, hold on a second, what is Telware?
Our telephone service.
Why are we paying thousands and thousands of dollars to this Telware company? Why are we not like with Verizon or some, I see a Verizon expenditure, but it's only $596. I see thousands of dollars to Telware.
Telware is our office telephones. They're not mobile phones. They are the desk phones
Yeah.
connected.
And you're saying Spectrum or Verizon or anybody else does not offer wired services?
We went through a competitive RFP process a couple of years ago, and Telware was the winning bid.
I mean, tens of thousands of dollars
We beat out Spectrum.
for landlines?
Spectrum
they're-
participated in that process, and they beat Spectrum.
Yes, because it's voice over IP. So it is voice over internet. It's not a traditional landline like you would think of from,
Correct.
yes.
Yeah, but nevertheless, how long ago was this competitive bid? This is enormous amount of money here.
That,
Approximately 4 years ago.
yeah. I was gonna say that.
I think it's about time. Do it
We-
again.
The amount of upheaval, and considering Telware was the winning bid on that. We've not seen notable increases in the annual costs. We have added service, that will obviously make a cost go up, but they have been pretty stable for us, and we've been happy with their service.
But also for telephone services for town hall, there's Spectrum as well, in addition to Telware. And
So that is one of the adjustments that needs to be made to the budget document. So that is your internet service.
I'm sorry.
That is the internet service. So at one point back in the day, it would have all been labeled telecommunications, and it got split out. The way that this budget labels everything, it pulls it directly from Edmunds, but some of those charges are telephone and then the other charges are internet.
So you've got both Windstream and Spectrum at different departments.
We have been transitioning away from Windstream. I think in some of our parks, we're serviced
I
by
think we have
Windstream.
just in the last 15 days disconnected everything from Windstream and
We
it's all
finally
Spectrum. Finally got it
over
all.
to
It's got
Spectrum.
everything moved over.
What is Smarsh?
That is our email archiving software.
And that must be on a monthly lease, $1,700 a month per email.
That is an annual contract.
Mhm.
And to go back and answer your question about live streaming, the amount in the budget this year is to cover our Zoom license subscription, however you like to refer to it. Zoom is not free.
That is correct. I know that. Yeah, I know that personally. And of course, I assume you're under contract with Sharp as well.
That is our copier.
Yep.
Yes.
SBS leasing, another major expenditure.
Those are copiers as well, I think. Copiers or printers.
So you have more than one copier vendor for service and leasing?
As the contracts have come up, we have been looking to consolidate all of them under Sharp, but they were on different cycles.
Hmm. Another major one here is the instructor programs. So we're paying a pretty good chunk of change there for teaching pottery classes or teaching whatever. I mean, we're talking, there's thousands of dollars for an instructor for a class. I saw one here, I can't find it right now. There was almost $6,000 for one class. Help me with that.
So there are offsetting revenues. So the instructor advertises their classes, people register, pay their registration fee. We split the revenues related to the registration fees. So there's an agreement where the instructor gets a portion of the registration fee and we keep the other portion. So the dollars that you see paid out to the instructor are from registrations that we received. So there's a corresponding input on the revenue side that actually outpaces the expenditure for an instructor.
Okay, thanks. Having this as just images is really, really difficult. It is literally, I have to scroll through 105 pages and read each page in order to find out what to ask. You're absolutely certain you cannot export the budget to Excel.
I cannot export that report to Excel. That gives you the line item, one line per transaction, like that.
Is that, it's a PDF?
It's
Yes.
no worse. It's an image. It's an actual picture. You can't search, you can't add, you can't do anything. It's
Adobe allows you to export a PDF to an Excel type or a spreadsheet format.
I have that professional software. It didn't work. Yeah.
So I mean, I can't speak for Edmunds, but by saving it as an image, it would also allow it to ensure that there's no manipulation, like not that you would be trying to change the numbers, but it guarantees that what came out of the system is in fact what's on the page.
Well, that may be the case, but it makes it nearly impossible, not impossible, but extremely difficult for me to do my work. And that's the reason why I was asking for the read-only access, and hopefully they'll come through with that. But having 105 pages of nothing but JPEG images on a PDF is just unworkable.
Can I ask Commissioner Tefano what specifically you're looking for in those 105 pages?
I want to add all these up. I wanted to add, all of the office supplies. I wanted to add all of the telecommunications. I wanted to add, I can't do that. I just can't do that. So, and to get a line items for each of these. I mean, I think any of the commissioners should be able to go into the budget and see whatever they want to see and do whatever they want to do. And that's the reason why the read-only access is so important. Thank you.
Commissioner Hoover.
Okay, I know we're running short for time. I'm also looking at it, and what we can lower, if you know, so I do have a lot of questions and concerns, so for time's sake, Becky, I will just submit my questions and I'll include the board with them.
Okay.
We do have a few minutes if you want to go over some of them. No? Got at least 5 minutes. Would you?
Can I ask about the telephones, just out of curiosity,
Go ahead.
since we have 5 minutes? You said it's voice over IP. Is that a security issue, or is that just sort of, I'm not familiar with it. So, I mean, I'm familiar with voice over IP, but I'm not familiar with the town system and wonder why it's.
We switched over to it a couple of years ago. I was part of the RFP process and evaluation process. So it allows for a lot of additional functionality that you wouldn't be able to get from just a single landline that's plugged in. So during the pandemic was a great example. So somebody could literally take their phone from their desk, take it home, plug it in, and it was a town phone. It rings to our cell phones. So there's a lot of access when you're not in the office, as far as being able to take and receive calls, being able to check voicemails. It flows into our email. So we're able to actually see that a voicemail has come up. You don't need to actually have your phone to be able to listen to the voicemail and respond to it. And so from a functionality, responsiveness standpoint, we have found it to hit a lot of marks as far as being very helpful for staff to be able to do their jobs.
All right, seeing as we only have a few minutes left, Commissioner Hoover, you're going to put your questions in writing. When are we having our next meeting? Next Monday is Memorial Day, so I assume we're not having a meeting that day. When will we have our next budget meeting?
We would be able to hold it on June 5th if the board would like. We do, of course, have our public hearing this evening, and your first opportunity to adopt the budget is June 12th. But you certainly don't need to. You would also have June 26th as an opportunity.
All right, so let me encourage the rest of the board, as Commissioner Hoover is doing. If you have additional questions, please commit them to writing if possible, and let's get them to staff so they have time to research them before our meeting. I'd like to get, I mean, we're certainly under no super time crunch. We have a little bit of time left, but I'd like to get this wrapped up sooner rather than later. So let's get any remaining heartburn, questions, concerns out on the table. And again, the more time we can give staff to respond, the better, rather than just firing questions in a meeting. So that would be great. Any other comments before we take a short break here before we start our 7 o'clock meeting? All right, let's take a break. Maureen, are we ready? We are recording. Hi, everyone. I'm Matthews Mayor John Higdon. Welcome to our Board of Commissioners meeting for May 22nd, 2023. I'd like to start with some introductions. On my left and your right is our Assistant Town Manager, Malia Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, our Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, our Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tefano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk Lori Canapino, and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith. Let's start with invocation, and Commissioner Tefano, sir.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool for allowing me to take tonight. Ken McCool was supposed to do it this evening, but this week is really important to me. And so I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to speak. A little history, on May 1st in 1868, there was a General Logan who put aside a day in May to remember all of the fallen that had fallen during the Civil War. And he made this proclamation. He said, "The 30th of May, 1868 is designated for the purpose of strewing with flowers or otherwise decorating the graves of comrades who died in defense of their country during the late rebellion and whose bodies now lie in almost every city, village, hamlet, churchyard in the land." He called it a decoration day. And it wasn't until 1971 where the US government actually made Decoration Day Memorial Day. And there's going to be Memorial Day service at the ceremony at Stumptown Park this Monday. So please attend. But I just want to say a few more words. Most of us observe Memorial Day just one day a year. But there's hundreds of thousands of Americans that Memorial Day is every day for them, as they continue to mourn the death of a father or a brother or sister or friend or someone they loved or admired. In addition to that, there's hundreds of thousands of others that carry a very special pain with them all the time because the remains of their loved ones never made it home. 81,000 men and women. Excuse me. Their bodies were never found since World War II. The POW-MIA flag, which stands for Prisoners of War and Missing in Action, flies along with the American flag at every single post office in the United States and also in our Veterans Memorial. And it's the only flag outside the US flag that's ever flown above the White House. Now, this day is meant to remember the fallen, but we would be remiss. As a matter of fact, we should not fail to remember that there was thousands of men and women who suffer every day with physical injuries, trauma, and mental illness. As a matter of fact, the veteran population is the highest suicide rate of any group in the United States. The last known number in 2020 was 6,100 veterans that committed suicide. Some were asked to join, some volunteered to join, some didn't want to go, and some didn't even know why they were going. But all of their spilled blood is equally precious. Their bodies, 16 million of them, lie in our country and within the countries they bravely defended. I'm asking you to remember them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tefano, and I believe you are the only elected official in Matthews that's a veteran, so thank you for your service. And thank you to all of our veterans in town. We really appreciate those that are still around and those that have given the ultimate sacrifice. Please join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask the town manager if there's any changes, additions, or deletions from the agenda.
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
Entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. A motion by Commissioner Whitley, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to item 5, public comment. Anyone in the room would care to give a public comment, you can approach the podium.
Pat Robinson, and you know me. I was here on April the 10th, and I spoke against the Matthews Gateway. On May the 8th, I brought a petition with 107 names on it that are against the project too. And then today, I have another petition with 64 more names on it. And there's lots more people, if I could just get to all of them, because everybody just about is against that. And besides the townhomes and the multifamily homes, there's just too many of them around. If it were single family homes, there would be no problem, because I mean, we've got so much traffic on John Street as it is now. And I even got some people that live in townhomes that voted against it because they said that John Street cannot handle any more traffic. And I just pray that you will take this into consideration. I know that that what is zoned right now, R9, is for single family only. So you cannot put townhomes or multifamily part on that part. So if you will vote no, then we can keep at least some of it so that we can put single family homes. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Robinson. Would anybody else in the audience care to give a public comment at this time? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and make your comment.
My name is Billy McChesney. I live in 1120 Red Porch Lane in Greylock. And thank you for hearing me. I'm saying the same thing. They already have approval for a magnificent amount of building that honestly, I don't think we need, but they're asking for more. They already have approval for a giant amount, but yet they're asking for more. They don't need any more than they already have. They're trying to make it bigger, and it's not for the a good thing for Matthews. It's just to build. It's to build more just because there's land. If they could just leave it as it is and be done with it, it would be better for Matthews to keep our small town, to keep what we love about Matthews. It's a special thing about Matthews we're going to lose. But that's my opinion, and I hope you may take in consideration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the audience like to give a public comment at this time? Maureen, do we have anybody in our virtual audience that's indicated they'd like to give a public comment? All right, I understand our town clerk has a letter from Mr. Fred Reel, who usually writes us about this time of year and budget adoption, and gives some good comments. So what does Mr. Reel have to say for us tonight?
Mr. Reel says this: Mayor and Town Commissioners, I hereby request that the public hearing on the budget for the town of Matthews be deferred to the next regular town meeting on June 5th, 2023. Generally, the town's comprehensive annual financial report, or CAFR, is made available to the public in November, December, giving the public, staff, and public officials adequate time to review financial results for the prior fiscal year, including general fund balance trends, balance sheet, earnings, and cash flow information, in addition to understanding audit deficiencies. The fact that the current year report is being released almost 6 months later than normal and almost 1 year after the audit period is concerning. Additionally, while the town generally has no audit findings in their CAFR reports, tonight's audit presentation notes that there are 2 audit findings, 2022-001 and 2022-002 in the audit report, the details of which have not been disclosed or released to the general public to date. Thus, the public is currently unable to view or comment on next year's budget without having the necessary details and relevant audited financial information, which is why I'm urging leaders to appropriately defer tonight's public hearing until all available information regarding the town's annual financial report is released to the public. Thank you for your time and consideration. Fred Reel.
I'd like to ask the town manager, do you have any comment to Mr. Reel's suggestion?
The public hearing for tonight has been duly advertised and is related to the FY24 budget. We'll certainly get into more details tonight about last year's audit, but there is no information contained within that report that would give me concerns about the ability to continue with the public hearing this evening.
Any other comments from the elected officials? All right. I believe that concludes our public comment. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 6, recess the regular meeting for a public hearing on the fiscal year 2023-24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Becky anticipated our vote and is eagerly awaiting to present the budget information from the podium.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the board, and certainly members of the Matthews community. I'm pleased to be standing in front of you tonight with the manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, and we will dive into the details. So the recommended budget that we have before you sets a strong foundation for the upcoming fiscal year. We've certainly had a number of work sessions on it to date and continue to hold that. There are a significant amount of increases in this budget, but they are based on what we need to continue to move the town forward. The foundation of this budget is also in alignment with the town's 2023 to 2028 strategic plan. So as you will see within the budget, and if anyone has had the opportunity to go through it in any detail, the operational expansions that we are talking about are funded through a variety of things. And that includes increased revenues, retiring debt service, and then also conservative funding across many individual budget lines. The budget that we have proposed does include an effective property tax increase, and that is required in order to generate sufficient revenue. So with this being a revaluation year, we are looking at a proposed rate of 26.65 cents per $100 of valuation. And that does represent an effective increase of 3.96 cents per 100 above the revenue neutral rate. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about how we got to that number here in just a minute. That does represent a 17.5 increase over the revenue neutral tax rate of 22.69 cents. But again, this property tax rate is what is required in order to effectively fund operations in the next fiscal year. So this is revaluation information for the town of Matthews that was provided by the Mecklenburg County Assessor's Office. As everybody knows, this was a revaluation year, and revaluation now occurs every 4 years. This is the first time that we are now on the 4-year cycle. The last revaluation was completed in 2020. The goal of the Assessor's Office is to bring property values more in line with fair market values. And through any revaluation process, there is an opportunity if somebody disagrees with their valuation that they can follow an appeal process with the county, and they will go through a review. And in some cases, the county agrees that a reduction needs to be made. So at this point in time, they always provide a projection of what they believe the appeal loss will be, which is essentially taking all of their valuations that they made for all of the property in town and then taking an across the board percentage off of it because they do expect some adjustments to be made. So if you look at the blue column on the screen, the FY24 projected valuation across all lines for the town of Matthews is about $7.4 billion. After you take the 3.1% appeal loss into account, we expect that that will reduce us to around $7.2 billion. And that is what we will base our property tax rate on. When you look at that number compared to where we are in fiscal year 23, it represents about a 33.6% over the actual values in town at this point in time. And again, that is across all property types. So that's going to be your residential, your commercial, your industrial, as well as all of the personal property that people have, vehicles and that sort of thing. And for the benefit of the audience, state certifications is a question we get a lot of. What are state certifications? Those are the utilities. So that's your Duke power poles, that's your fiber optic lines. Those valuations are set by the state. And then we do receive tax revenue off of those utilities that are in town. So we go through a revaluation and revenue neutral tax calculation. This is required by states. And so the way that we come up with what our tax rate would be is to take a look at the difference between all of the new property valuations and the current property valuations. And again, we're looking at a 33.6% interest or 33.6% increase. Our current property tax rate is 29.5 cents. And then we perform a calculation where we reduce that rate by that 33.6%. That brings us down to the 0.2209 that's there in blue. We then look at how much growth we have had. This is the natural growth that we get in the community. These are the new buildings that you see go up. These are the new developments, that natural growth in our property tax base. And averaged over the last 4 years, we saw an annual increase of 2.74% every single year. We then take that 22.09 cents and we multiply it by that growth factor. And it is hidden there under the Zoom screen, but that gives us a revenue neutral tax rate that takes all of those factors into account of 0.2269. When we look at the history of the tax rate in Matthews, this is going back over a 10-year period. And so back in 2014, we were as high as 31.75 cents. We have been as high as 35.5 in 2019, and the proposed rate in 24 is 0.2265. This is, of course, based on the valuation of your property. And so if the valuation goes up, then the tax rate is applied to that rate. And so that's why you see it move around with some regularity. So we do want to look at what the anticipated tax rate impact is of the Matthews tax bill when we look at this 0.2265 proposed rate. So what we have in front of you on the screen is looking at what the property values were based on the 2020 valuations. The average assessed value of a home was $302,000 prior to this most recent revaluation. We got some data from the county and ran some calculations to try to narrow down the data to just the residential homes in town. So this is anyone who lives in Matthews. So this is not vacant lots. This is not new builds. We tried to get it down to just the properties that would have had a home on them in 2020. And then what the valuation has increased to on average across all properties, all residential properties in town. Across all properties, there was an average increase of 49% in value through the revaluation process. Applied to that average value of $302,000, the new average market value of an assessed property in Matthews is $453,000. When you look at your current tax bill, so this would have been for the current year, if you had a home valued at $302,000, your tax bill for Matthews would have been $891 based on that 29.5 cent tax rate. The proposed tax bill based on your new valuation and the new tax rate of 26.65 cents would be $1,207 for FY24. That is an increase of $316 for the year, which averages out to just under $27 a month. We also wanted to look at about how many properties fell below that average. So we looked at all of the residential home values, and approximately 61% of all residents' home values in Matthews are set to remain under that $453,000 mark under the new revaluation. So if the proposed tax rate of 26.65 cents is approved, 61% of Matthews residents would pay approximately $100 a month for their town services. That is before any exemptions are applied. So we do have some residents that will qualify for reductions in their tax rate based on their age, based on disability status. That's a process through the county that certain people qualify for. That is before we take any of that into account. So when we look at the recommended budget for FY24, the total is approximately $34.36 million. When we look at that compared to our current fiscal year, the amended budget is currently at $34.7 million. And the original budget where we stood this time last year was 28.5 million. So the difference between the original budget and the amended budget are items that the board has approved between now and then. A lot of that goes to ARPA expenditures that are included in the current fiscal year budget. We also like to look at where our revenue comes from. So by and large, as you can see, the vast majority of our revenue does come from ad valorem taxes. Those are your property taxes, and that stands at about 55%. The next largest category is the local option sales tax at just under 17%. And then as you can see, it scales down from there. The one that doesn't show up as a big needle mover, but is a large mover for us this year is that investment earnings, now taking up 2.7% of the budget. That is actually a much larger increase and percentage than we have seen in prior years. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So these are the big revenue drivers that we were just talking about. So again, your ad valorem taxes, your property taxes, these totals do not include the tag fees, but we are looking at a notable increase in the proposed budget. A lot of that is due to revaluation and then the proposed increase to the tax rate. 1 penny on the tax rate will now generate $720,000 for the town. For perspective, 1 cent right now gets us about $517,000. The local option sales tax has continued to be an extremely strong line for us. And we do expect an additional 6% increase over the FY23 actuals. So we do expect that line to continue to perform very well for us and will now bring in over $6 million a year. Investment earnings, what I was referencing on the previous page, they were basically non-existent for a couple of years as interest rates really were close to zero. And we are now expected to bring in about $1.2 million in our current fiscal year. And adjusting for some expected expenditures next year, we do expect that line to bring in about $1 million. That's great news, but that is an incredibly unstable revenue source. And so when interest rates go back down or there may be changes to the amount in our fund balance, we can see that number fluctuate quite frequently. So that is an area that we like to point out, one-time expenditures that would fit best for the use of those funds. We are also retiring a bit of debt service this year, which is good news. This is paying off these items. So it is both Engine 1 and Engine 2 from our fire department, as well as radios for our first responders. Those final payments have been made in this current fiscal year, which will reduce our budget next year by over $400,000 in debt service payments that we will no longer need to make. As we get into the budget highlights, there are really kind of 4 areas that stick out as far as what are kind of driving the numbers. And we'll get into the specific numbers here in just a moment. But above all else, this budget really highlights the competitive employee pay plan that was implemented by the board back in February. We have continued to see tremendous response, both in a recruitment and a retention standpoint. We had over 100 applications for our recent fire department process to hire a firefighter EMT, and we have not had numbers like that in years. We are backfilling significant vacancies that we have been experiencing in our police department, and we are down to, I believe, 5 vacancies when we were over 13 just a few months ago. So this has really paid off. We have, I believe, had maybe 1 resignation since this was implemented. We have been able to retain all of our other employees. So just on behalf of staff, I want to again thank the board for this. This is really paying dividends for recruitment and retention, and we expect it to continue as we move forward. We are also seeing increased costs in our solid waste services. The solid waste services are provided to the Matthews community through the property tax rate. So there is not a separate fee for those services. It is all absorbed within the taxes that a property owner pays, and the contract was up for those services, had to be renegotiated. We have switched vendors and tweaked some of the services provided. And even with that, we are still seeing some increased costs. This budget also contains funding for new Fire Station 3. It allows us to put over $1.5 million towards the construction of the fire station in the next fiscal year. And then those dollars will roll right over in fiscal year 25 to be able to pay the employees who will work out of that station. And for the community, that station is slated to be built across from Purser Halsey Park on Matthews Mint Hill Road. This budget also includes increased funding for our paving maintenance program. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite get us to fully funding that program, but it does take us in the right direction. So these are, you can call them set expenditure increases, you can call them kind of baked in increases, but these are numbers in the budget that are new expenses that are either previously approved by the board, are mandated, are contract driven, or are just some of the realities that we're facing with some of our expenses. So they do include fully funding that pay plan that I mentioned, and that will cost us an additional $2.2 million a year. That solid waste contract that I mentioned is close to $500,000. There is a mandated increase to our state retirement contribution increases for all of our employees that will cost us just shy of $400,000. We do have increases in our risk management premiums for both workers' compensation and property and liability insurances, and that will cost us an additional $117,000. Software upgrades to a number of departments across the organization total an additional $100,000. We did take possession of our new rescue truck a few months ago. It is fully in service now. We now have to start paying for the truck. And so the new debt service payments will be $94,000 a year. And then we have seen increases to fuel costs. And then, of course, as we are backfilling those positions, cars will also be in greater use. And so across both public works, fire, and police, we are seeing a total of $50,000 in increased fuel expenses for next year. When you add all of those up, the set expenditure increases on this page total $3.4 million. There are also additional items in the budget that we are recommending, but there would technically, of course, be more flexibility in these lines depending on the will of the board. But we are recommending that funding for Fire Station 3 be included in this line. This is $1.5 million to help fund construction of Fire Station 3. And as I said, we would then start hiring for that station at the end of this upcoming fiscal year. And then we would use those dollars to pay for personnel and operating out of that line. Opening up that fire station requires 15 new personnel. And so the cost to be able to staff and provide benefits and operate that station fits right into that total for future fiscal years. We are looking to add $500,000 to our paving maintenance program. And so we have been behind for a number of years. This is a large move towards fully funding that program, but based on some updated numbers, we are unfortunately not quite there yet. But this does help us provide for maintenance and the ability to continue to have good operational roads, town roads within the town. Looking back to those one-time dollars, we are also proposing that the HVAC be replaced in Town Hall. It feels quite nice right now, but if you go over to the other side of the building in July, I promise it won't be. The major parts of the system are original to the building, so they are over 20 years old at this point, and it has just reached the end of its useful life. Unfortunately, the cost to replace the entire system, we had it estimated, and it is $500,000. We do need to continue to stay competitive with our pay plan. And so looking at what many of our neighbors are proposing to do to their pay plans in July, we do have an additional 1% COLA and 2% merit pool slated for employees. The total cost of that program is $479,000. The police vehicle replacement program is something that we discussed during the work session, but this would increase us to replacing 10 vehicles per year. We have seen increases in the per vehicle cost, and then this does add a new vehicle, and this fully gets us to our desired replacement schedule, which is then running our police cars through, and we're replacing them approximately every 7 years. We are also looking to add one new position, and that is a public works engineering project manager. And that $100,000 is salary and benefits. So that is the total cost of that person. The budget breakdown by department, it looks like some of our percentages didn't transfer over when we were putting the slide in, so I apologize for that. But the largest percentage, that 30%, is police. Public Works is at 19% and fire is at 11%. And instead of trying to guess what those others are, we will get that updated and we will get that put up on the website. I apologize for those percentages. We will now go through each major division just quickly, just hit the highlights here, but the governing body, this is the town board, legal expenses, and some of the professional dues and professional organizations that the town is a part of. The total budget is slated to increase 2.5%, and we are still sitting right around $282,000 across both personnel and operating. It does include a 1% COLA increase for the town board, which is in alignment with the 1% COLA that we are also proposing for staff. And within the operating budget, it does provide for continued membership within the Central Carolina Council of Governments, North Carolina League of Municipalities, as well as the Metro Mayors Coalition. Within the administration line, we are looking at the major increase there to operating is some increase to our communication expenses to be able to provide additional informational mailings and additional communication efforts to our residents throughout the year. On the personnel side, the increases that you see are reflective largely of the increases that were approved back in February. And then that line across all of the upcoming budgets also includes the 3% COLA, or excuse me, the 3% increase that we talked about, as well as the increases to the retirement contributions that are required by the state. Human resources. There is no increase to our health insurance premiums for calendar year 24, which quite frankly is amazing. We were thrilled to see that. We are a member of the state health plan, and so that was great news for us. We were able to save some dollars in our operating line. There is a small increase to our dental program expenses due to a new claims processing program that we have implemented. And then some of the increases in pre-employment fees are in anticipation of all of the hiring that we will be doing at the end of fiscal year 24 for Fire Station 3. On the safety and risk management side, as was mentioned a few slides back, the major increase there in our operating total was due to increases in our premiums for workers' compensation, as well as property and liability premiums. Workers' compensation, we have seen some increases in our experience rating, and then it is also based on employee salaries. So you do get a bit of a bump from the changes that we made to salaries. On the property and liability side, we have purchased some additional property, and we have also had some increased claims there as well. Finance, the notable decrease to operating was a reduction in our banking fees that we were pleased to find. So I believe we cut those almost in half. And then the increases within operating are some previously approved budgeting and auditing software. Information technology, this budget includes continued cybersecurity training, which we have seen to be very important and very helpful for our staff to continue to be vigilant of outside threats. We are also anticipating a 5% increase to our software contracts that is reflected within this budget. We're also looking to increase internet speed in a number of our facilities, and being able to pay for those upgrades is also included. Police, the operating reduction there that you see is really related to how we are accounting for some asset forfeiture funds. So they are just not reflected in this budget. We've spent a lot of those funds down. So those are restricted in their use. And so there really is not much of a decrease to operating as far as the normal lines that you would see within the budget. We do, though, have an increase to our fuel costs that is absorbed within that line. And then we are also, as recruitment has turned out to be very fruitful, we do have some expanded outreach to make sure that we are getting the word out about the great pay and benefits and work environment that we're able to offer. And because we've had such great response, we do have a little bit of assistance with completing background checks. A police officer who's interested in working for you is a hot commodity. And so we don't want to lose them because our background check is taking a long time. So this has allowed us to speed up the process, and we've been very pleased with the results. Within our fire and EMS budgets, the decrease there within the operating expenses in the current year are some design costs for fire station number 3. And so we just won't have those costs within the operating budget next year. But we do have within the capital line that is turnout gear for the personnel that will start to come online in July of next year. You have to order their gear ahead of time. And so those expenses will actually hit the FY24 budget. Within our Public Works Department, quite flat on the operating side. There is on the personnel side, the funding for a new engineering project manager, as we discussed. And then the majority of that capital line is a vacuum truck to clear storm drain debris, a large mini excavator, that is a hard word to say, as well as a truck for our stormwater division. Those all use stormwater revenues. So $360,000 of that capital line is coming from a dedicated revenue source, and all of those items are used in our stormwater efforts. Solid waste, as we discussed, we have seen a notable increase in this budget due to the ending of our old contract, and through the competitive bid process and negotiation, we were able to get this number down, but some of that does require us to cut a service. So bulk pickup will transition to a fee-based service. Instead of right now, it is a free service that is included. And we have also seen an increase in our landfill fees. Within the planning and development budgets, again, that large decrease in the operating line within the FY23 budget, we had a comprehensive and downtown plan that was around $260,000. And so that is paid for. And so that is why you see it look like a large reduction in 24. The operating line is really just back to about its normal level. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, the capital outlay line does include a number of items, including some updated signage for Squirrel Lake Park, funding for an ADA transition plan, that's the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that is making sure that we have items within our parks and our facilities that might be out of compliance with ADA requirements, slowly moving us towards full compliance. We have upgrades to Cruise Recreation Center as well as the community center. And the community center, that would include refinishing the floors, painting, and carpet replacement. Those are funded through our tourism fund, so those do not actually impact the tax rate. We have also seen some increases in our operational expenses due to expanded public art programming, as well as increased programming from instructors. But again, those are either they either generate revenue or they are funded through the tourism fund. Also included in this budget, as we mentioned, is the town hall HVAC for $500,000, as well as $100,000 to our general building maintenance fund. All of our facilities are aging and continuing to require more in order to upkeep them properly. And so we are looking to put a little bit more into that fund to be able to cover expenses as they arise. We also have within this budget $5,000 in the board's contingency line, and that is anticipated for the Levine Senior Center. But due to changes in the state law, we need to carve that out and consider that after the approval of this budget process. Within our capital improvement plan, we do have a number of items. We've talked about that partial funding for construction of Fire Station 3 at $1.5 million, as well as SCBA replacement bottles. This is for our fire department. The SCBA bottles have a useful life and an expiration date. And so this is 1/3 of the required replacements that we will be funding over the next 3 years. We are also looking to start replacing generators at various town facilities. This is also partial year funding that we would look to replace what we can and then fund more in additional years and continue down that replacement cycle. Additional HVAC replacements throughout town is $60,000 on top of the $500,000 that we talked about for this building. And also 2 items for Public Works, one being replacing an asphalt roller and the other a concrete vehicle that has reached the end of its useful life. On the tourism side, so this is the tourism fund, we are looking at total revenues of just over $2 million between occupancy tax, prepared food and beverage tax, as well as the rental car tax. The planned expenditures from those revenues, we do have $388,000 looking to go toward our capital improvements plan. We also have $345,000 in debt service payments for items that we have already completed in previous years. We are looking at $157,000 going into a contingency fund. And just like the Levine Senior Center, this would be for the board to consider funding outside organizations after this budget process is completed. And so that would go to a variety of agencies as the board desires after we get through this process. So we would look to bring that to you in July. We also have a competitive tourism grant program that goes to organizations who bring events to town, that bring in visitors, who presumably eat in our restaurants, stay in our hotels. And so we come up with that number based on tourism revenues from our last completed fiscal year. And so that $93,000 represents 5% of the revenues that we received in the tourism fund in FY22. We also have additional improvements to the Fullwood Theater for $24,000. The capital improvement plan for the tourism fund includes a debt service payment related to some paving and sound system improvements that we previously made. It also provides a payment for the property on Fremont Street that was purchased last year, as well as partial funding for our Matthews Downtown Loop, 2 different segments, including along Matthews Mint Hill Road, and starting funding for our Tanktown Road segment. So this will conclude the funding that we believe we need for Matthews Mint Hill Road, and we are part of the way through funding the Tanktown Road segment. We also have funding being put toward the Uten Pottery site, and we'll hear a little bit more about Uten later on. So what is not in this budget? As much as is in this budget, it does not include everything that we have looked toward and either tried to accomplish or has come up as potential initiatives for the town to take on, or things that we anticipate coming down the road. So not included in this budget does include that fully funding our paving maintenance program that we talked about. We recently redid the analysis on our roads, and we now need an additional $1.2 million annually in order to be fully funding paving maintenance. We will be looking to future budget years to be able to hopefully achieve that full funding so that we do not fall further behind in road maintenance. We do not have any funding in this budget for any affordable housing related initiatives. We do have the ARPA dollars, the $1.5 million from ARPA, as well as requests into both the federal government and the state government for funding that we are hopeful will yield some results here in the next few months. We also have made some changes, as mentioned, to the solid waste contract. If in fact the reduction in service for bulk pickup turns out to not be the right call for the town, and we needed to go back and adjust that contract, that would be something that we would be needing to utilize fund balance for in the future. And then the bonds that were approved last fall, we are looking to move forward with at least some design work on some of those projects, but there is not funding in this budget for the design work. That would come out of fund balance usage. But any work that is done related to the bonds can in fact be reimbursed through the bonds once they are issued. And at this point in time, happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time and attention.
I do have a question for Chief Kinnenberg. Just to keep you on your toes. And while you're walking up, I'll tell you what my question is. The self-contained breathing apparatus bottles, is that mandated or recommended best practice, or there's a pretty big line item, $260,000. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It's part of a total replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus. So the bottles themselves have a 17-year service life, maximum end of life. Our current packs were a first generation model by Scott 3M. They are the same vintage as the bottles. The bottles all go out in 26, 7, and 8. So we are putting together 3 years of funding to replace the bottles, the air packs, the RIT bags, and all the pieces that go with our breathing air system without incurring debt.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's certainly not an area we'd want to skimp on. We want our firefighters to be safe and be able to breathe if they enter a smoky building. So thank you for that explanation. Commissioner Urban.
Okay, so Becky, these are for you. I know we've gone through this pretty extensively, but I have a couple questions because there's the issue of fixed one-time cost and an operating cost, which is that's what your taxes basically do over and over and over again and get the CIP. So just to be clear, the solid waste services about $2.5 million. That's about 3.5 cents on our
Tax rate.
on our tax. Okay. And of course, do you know what the bulk contract would be as an adder?
Oh, I'd be looking to CJ for that. I know
Okay.
that was what we reduced. It was a couple $100,000.
Okay, so that's something to know. So I just wanted sort of for clarification purposes. So we know that a lot of municipalities take that public works number out of the equation and they send you a bill for $50, $100, whatever dollars a year from that aspect. We build it in. So, okay, let's confirm that. So then you had vacuum truck, excavator, and a dump truck. And to me, that's a one-time expense. And it's sitting in the budget. So what happens with the $360,000 in the next year?
Sure. So those are all for the stormwater division, which is a completely self-contained fund. So we receive stormwater revenues and then we balance that with our stormwater expenditures. And if we have fewer expenditures than revenues, we're able to build up a little bit of a stormwater fund balance, but those dollars can only be used for stormwater related expenses. And so that $360,000 for stormwater, when we don't have those expenses next year, then you may just have more stormwater dollars available to roll to the stormwater fund balance, but it does not have any impact on our property tax rate. It doesn't use any of the other revenues that we receive. It's a fully self-contained division that has a corresponding revenue line.
So it's doing the same thing as tourism fund.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand that because I was going to say you're padding away money that could go to something else.
Yeah, and to that point, we are actually slated to dip into fund balance to purchase these in 24. So we have about maxed out with just the annual operating expenses for stormwater, what our revenues are for stormwater. And so we have not raised stormwater rates in a number of years. We are probably reaching the point that is something that the board will need to consider in future years, but not something that we felt was necessary to take up this year.
Okay, so then I know we were kicking around the town hall HVAC. It's now sitting in there. Give me the square on why that shouldn't be coming from ARPA funds as the one-time hit or coming from some other location.
Sure. So ARPA funds are largely spoken for with the board's other interested items, most particularly the full construction costs of Fire Station 3. But as we look back on the revenues for 24, the big needle mover that we're seeing is that unstable investment earnings line. So it's great news that we expect that we're going to receive $1 million in FY24, but we don't expect that revenue to be steady year over year. So you would want to utilize those revenues for one-time expenses so that if interest rates tank, if we spend down our fund balance, and so we're not receiving as much revenue because we don't have as much in our savings account, we're not relying on an unstable revenue source for annual operating ongoing expenses because we wouldn't be able to cover them.
Okay, so I do remember that conversation and robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. I get that. So the town hall is $500K. The interest tourism is 1.2 million. what have you slated the other 500,000 for? And then we see where investment earnings go from there.
Sure. So throughout the budget, there are a number of other capital expenses. So anything that is listed as a capital expense within a department's budget, those are one-time expenses. And so those will go away in the following year. And so if we needed to make cuts, if that revenue source went away, that would be one of the first places that we would go, because those are one-time expenses throughout. They're in pretty much every budget. You've got some in fire, you've got some in police, you've got some in public works. And so you would be able to shave those down.
And so as a follow-up to that, because everyone might be saying, well, the economy's still good, we're going to generate $1 million in interest earning. Basically, though, it's dealing with the ARPA funds as they work themselves out of the system. That's going to come down. So you can't count that as an ongoing, we got money coming.
Correct. Right now, with the ARPA funds that we received from the federal government, we are sitting on close to $10 million or $8 million in extra money. That is a great time to have sitting in your savings account earning interest as we move forward with particularly the construction of Fire Station 3, and we spend down those dollars. They will no longer be available to be earning interest. So we do expect, as healthy as the revenues are right now, even in FY24, they will start to lower just because we're going to have less in our savings account.
Okay. I remember all these maneuvers, but I've seen this presentation about 10 times now, and I see something and it gets disconnected.
There's a lot of moving parts.
You've connected it back and forth. Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment. I remember several years ago complaining about how anemic our interest earnings were. I mean, they were literally so bad that we probably should go, put them in a coffee can in the backyard somewhere. They were just pathetic.
Up $7,000.
Yeah, $7,000 on millions of dollars. So it's really refreshing to see us getting paid reasonable interest rates. Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, Becky, on your last slide, what's not in the budget?
Correct.
The bond project design work. Did you say that it is not in the budget, but is your recommendation to remove the design fees from the general fund?
So the bond project design work is not included. There's no funding in the FY24 budget for design work. And so if the board wants to move forward with any design work, you would be taking general fund balance to appropriate dollars in order to fund that work, but you would be able to be reimbursed for it. So as soon as you then issued the bonds, you would be able to pay back the general fund balance.
Right. And for the public's consumption, I think we've had unanimous agreement that there will be no bonds issued in the 23-24 budget. So any money we pulled out for design work would stay out of the general fund for the entire budget year.
So I cannot speak to whether or not, did you say FY23-24?
Yes, the budget that we're talking about right now.
So I would leave it up to the board as far as whether you will be proceeding with any design work in the next fiscal year. That would certainly be the will of the board. So I don't believe that's actually been settled at this point.
Correct. But the point I'm trying to make is that if the board does decide to do project design work, it would come out of the general fund. It would not be replenished during this fiscal year because the board has decided not to do any bond issues. So that would lower the fund balance percentage dramatically. And so I just wanted to make that point.
Depending on what you decided to fund.
Yeah.
That's a
Thank you.
potential.
Any other questions? All right. We have anyone in the audience that would like to offer a comment or question? We have anybody online that would like to make a comment? Before you go there, Commissioner Tufano has another comment.
Before we come out of this session back into the regular meeting, I was wondering if we could address the concerns of the person that wrote in on the public comment. And since we had no one here tonight to comment on the budget, would it be out of order to perhaps have a continuation of this public comment period to the next meeting as well?
That's totally up to the will of the board.
I'd like to make a motion to carry over the public comment meeting into the next scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting as well, or to be continued. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What is the exact purpose of this? Just to get more public comment, to get?
Well, there seems to be some concern, and I think it's valid concerns on the part of the commenter. And the fact that even though theoretically we've done a massive amount of advertising according to our manager, we have no one showing up here for public comment on one of the most important issues of our town. So I think there's something askew here. And I think it would just be beneficial to the town and to the citizens to let it go one more meeting.
I don't necessarily disagree with the motion that you've made. However, having gone through 10 of these, this is typically the number of people that show up. I don't recall ever there being a mass influx of more than 3 or 4 commenters ever on any budget hearing we've had. Commissioner Urban.
So is Fred the one you're referring to in his email, but Fred's online
with his hands
So
up?
we're going to hear from Fred, and then Becky can then respond, and we feel that there's a satisfactory response, then we can act on the motion by Mr. Stefano. Would that be?
For the purposes of the motion, do we have a second so we can continue talking about it? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Fano, second by Commissioner Garner. Now we can continue the conversation.
Yeah, so then he could speak to this, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
If I could just say something, I'd like to withdraw my public comment should the public hearing be deferred.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
He said he wanted to withdraw his request to have the hearing deferred or continued.
No, he was saying if it is deferred, he would like to withdraw his previous comments.
No, just for clarification, I would like to speak in the public comment since I'm only allotted one opportunity to speak. I would like to speak at the next meeting should the public hearing be continued.
Understood. Got you. Okay, so
Thank you.
we have a motion by Commissioner Fano, a second by Commissioner Garner. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So we will continue this public hearing. That being the case, I'll ask again, is anybody in the audience tonight or online want to make a comment tonight? And then Mr. Reel has indicated he wants to speak at our next opportunity.
Just, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Whitley.
Clarity. Were we talking about the next meeting in June the 5th?
Yes.
June the 12th is your next regular board meeting.
Didn't we say we were gonna have another meeting on the budget on the 5th?
That is a work session.
Yes, the regular meeting would be when this would be continued to, not a special meeting.
Okay, just want to.
Was that in the motion? I just want to be sure for clarity.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, I understand our town clerk has a letter from a citizen. Be read into the record.
This comment is from Christopher Melton, who writes, "In my absence this evening, will you, I'm writing to express my wholehearted support for the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. This budget is thoughtfully designed to address the needs of our community, and I commend your efforts in its formulation. I am particularly pleased to see that the budget fully funds the pay plan implementation program for town staff, 85% of which is made up of police, fire, and public works. Staff members are invaluable team members who contribute to making Matthews a special place to live. Additionally, I appreciate the allocation of funds for the future Fire Station 3, which will provide critical and potentially life-saving services to the proposed coverage area. These investments underscore the town's commitment to community safety. Lastly, the budget's increase of $500,000 to the paving budget brings us closer to a fully funded paving program. This commitment to maintaining and improving our infrastructure will enhance the quality of life in Matthews. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to serving the town of Matthews. I wholeheartedly support the proposed budget for FY 2024 and encourage others to do the same.
Thank you. Are there any other letters? Nope. All right, if that concludes all the public comments and comments from this board until our next meeting on June 12th, I'd entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to go off on a slight tangent here, take the opportunity. We talked about stormwater, and I just want to remind our citizens to please be careful about pushing debris into our storm drains. I see a lot of people blowing leaves and grass into the storm drains, and causes a lot of extra work for our town employees. That debris ends up going into our streams and rivers and creeks, and creates clogs and all kind of other problems. So just like to ask our citizens, if you have a storm drain in front of your house, take a few minutes maybe and rush it out or keep it clean, and make an effort not to put solid debris down into our storm drains. It's intended for water, and that's about it. And a lot of the work our stormwater employees do is going around and cleaning those. So please keep that in mind and pass the word. I try to in my neighborhood, and I think we do a pretty good job. Let's move on to agenda item number 8, consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion, we accept consent agenda A, B, 1, 2, and C.
Second.
I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Paul.
Yes, on B1, the reallocation of ARPA funds. Oops, where's Teresa? There she is. Teresa, what will be the, or Becky, either one, what will be the remaining balance of unencumbered ARPA funds?
Give me 1 second, please.
Okay, thanks.
So I was like, can somebody sing a song or something? It's definitely quiet in here. No, that's.
Now, we never did sing happy birthday to Becky last week.
That was quite all right, but thank you.
Okay, I have that number.
Okay.
It would be, so the portion that would be unspent,
Or unencumbered balance.
unencumbered
Mhm.
balance would be $6,570,550 approximately.
Okay, thank you. And were there any, even though it's unencumbered by vote, was there any recommendations for the use of the remaining funds? Becky?
Not that
Yeah.
6 million yet. I mean, other
Yeah.
than the fire station.
I mean,
3.
some of it,
Fire Station 3.
just Fire Station 3, that's
Yes.
it?
And then, well, we had a few other items that we haven't encumbered that the board wanted to pause on. So there was the stormwater study, and we have not encumbered funds for the audio upgrades here at Town Hall. And then the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Riverbanks project. So there were a number of items that the board discussed that had interest for use of those funds that would all be fitting into those remaining dollars.
The sound system, right, that was 200 and something, so that should come out of that, right?
It has not been actually encumbered because we don't have an RFP
Oh, we
yet
don't have the
to be
RFP.
able to
Okay,
take action.
but it will be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, and this number kind of surprised me, almost $7 million, but a good chunk of this is intended, I think, by the majority of this board to be used for Fire Station 3, correct?
Yes, mhm. I think it was 5 million plus, actually.
Big chunk of this, although it's
Yeah.
unencumbered, is really
Right,
sort of encumbered. Right. It will be at some point.
right, thank you.
All right, I'm trying to remember who made the motion. I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem McCool and second by Commissioner Whitley. Is that right? Well, close. Reverse that order. Okay. To adopt the consent agenda, all in favor? Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Thank you. We'll go on to unfinished business. Let's receive an update on the Uten Pottery Project from Corey King.
All right, we also have a couple of people from the design team here. And our museum specialist, Mr. Mike Walker, can come on up too if he likes. And so, like I said, we've been working with Summit Engineering and Design along with Mr. Mike Walker to help. And so I'm going to walk you through the structural and landscape components of the project. Then I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Walker, and he's going to talk us through the museum experience that this site will bring.
I hope your eyes are better than mine.
Luckily, I'm not even
really small.
I'm not going to talk through the small little letters. So this project, I'll just give you some orientation. This is the park project. To the east is Main Street, Matthews Elementary School, the fire department along here, and to the southwest is Fullwood Lane. All right, so as a general overview, this project was designed to celebrate the work of Mr. R.F. Uten, the importance of his art in the pottery world, and to Matthews. So the intent is to preserve the kiln on the site along with the workshop as artifacts and create this museum experience for visitors within this passive park. So we're going to just sort of walk through as a participant here. Well, let's talk through. So on the bottom down here is Jefferson Street. I hope you can see it in your packets, but we did add 4 parallel parking spaces along with 1 accessible space. I will note that we will have to re-pour that existing sidewalk along Jefferson Street right now, just to accommodate the additional parallel spaces. We did explore bringing the parking interior to the site in this area. It is just off the plan view, but we just could not make it work. It would have been extensive tree removal and some other challenges that just did not make it the best idea. Okay, actually move that Zoom box. All right, perfect. All right, so we will enter here. This is the driveway, and will be the eventually re-poured sidewalk. We do have bollards showing here to just prevent that undesired vehicular access directly into the pottery site or toward the workshop. We are going to be using some traditional concrete in this entryway, but then you'll see we will transition to an exposed aggregate concrete. And that was with the advice from the Historic Landmarks Commission, just to try and make that connection to the original surface on the site. We will show a traditional or a town branded park entry sign, similar to the ones you see at our other parks. The scale of this one would be, or the size of it would be similar to what we see at Country Place Park and also at the entrance to Cruise Rec Center. And Mr. Walker is going to take us through some of the signage in a minute, but this icon reflects the first interpretive sign welcoming people to the site, and a brief description about what the park is. And you'll see another interpretive sign here. So again, just following around, this represents the entry or the visible access into the kiln. Visitors will not be able to access inside either the kiln or the workshop. The experience will be totally from the exterior. Again, Mr. Walker is going to tell us a little bit more about what that's going to look like. But I will note, if you see that this hatched space here represents a boardwalk, just with some of the slope challenges and the proximity to the actual block work of the workshop, we just could not dig and pour concrete. So we did find boardwalk to be an acceptable form to create that access. The door to the south will be the only workable door. So all that will provide the access into the workshop for maintenance, to install the exhibits, to switch out the exhibits when we get to that point. Continuing around, you see the patio, additional signage. We have a nice sitting wall here. It's not shown, but we do plan to add picnic tables. And we will have a nice walkway to this, I believe it's 37 by 12 gathering space. And that is for classrooms or just people gathering in the park. Again, do plan to have some sitting areas along that side of the park. This represents the walking trail around the park. It will be a gravel surface. We are going to call it a design build. The thought is to locate it on site with staff, and then the width of the trail will shrink as needed, just to minimize any unnecessary tree removal. Oh, actually, I guess I can advance it to page 8. All right, so now we show the offsite / adjacent parking. This is access off of Alexander. It is a gravel parking lot with a bulb type design with buses and vans in mind. We do have a concrete walkway here that will then access this existing sidewalk that will lead park users to the pedestrian access into the site here. This part is still, this is part of that 10% remaining to be designed. You see we have some things to adjust or work around. There's a culvert here, and there's also one here, just to make sure we do everything we need to be able to build this correctly. And once we have this design, we do plan to have some conversations with the neighbors and show them exactly what's in mind for this driveway and parking lot. There are some improvements also planned for the workshop in the block. So we will repair and repoint the chimney, repair some rafters. The existing shingles on the roof will remain. But one thing of note, that there is no foundation to this workshop. The CMU or the cinder blocks are directly onto the ground, and we will use grading to direct the water away and around the workshop and the kiln. The wood siding represented here will remain on the site or as part of the workshop. There is a dirt floor. So the majority of the workshop will continue to be a dirt floor. There is a wooden platform at that south entrance to the workshop through this door. We will rebuild that wood platform, again, to just keep with the integrity of what the workshop was. There are some improvements planned for the kiln. You'll see the longitudinal beams supporting or supports planned for the kiln. They will be supported from the ground. Reset and repoint the brick masonry in the needed locations within the kiln. But again, I guess reiterating, access will not be, people will not be able to walk inside the kiln. But this is some of the work that will stabilize it and keep it in place for many, many years. I will share an updated We did stop short of calling it a cost estimate. It is the probable construction costs of roughly $540,000 to build this park project. But now wrapped into that is what Mr. Walker is going to take us through, just looking at the interpretive signage and then some of the other amazing pieces to this museum.
Are there any questions for Corey before we go on? Commissioner Tofano first and then Commissioner Urban.
Corey, I think this is great. This town needs a sort of kind of working museum like this. This is just super. And this is truly a question for information only. What has kept us from moving forward on this over the years?
Funding.
Just purely funding?
540,000.
Okay.
I think so.
I was just wondering if it had something to do with some design restrictions or historical limitations or something of that nature.
No, we started, we paid for the property over time. And then a couple of years ago, we started putting some dollars away, some tourism dollars away to be able to complete this work. That was an old estimate. It turns out we were hoping that we would be able to do design and construction with the 336,000 was the old number that we had. So we still do have some of those dollars left, but some have certainly been spent to get us this far. And then we would be looking to need additional dollars over time, or if the board wanted to use tourism fund balance to be able to move forward with construction, but it's all come down to funding. And sorry, to that point, for a number of years, we had some other things coming out of the tourism fund that made funding difficult. So we were paying off the sportsplex. We were doing some other things with those dollars. So we programmed this in starting a couple of years ago, but the cost unfortunately seems to be outpacing the rate at which we've been putting money towards it.
So what is the tourism fund balance anticipated to be at the end of this year?
So we do not have an anticipated for the end of this year. I believe the numbers that were provided earlier today, as of today, the fund balance is around 1.5 million. But we've got to get through to the end of the fiscal year with transfers and revenues and all of that before we would know where we would be. So I won't expect us to have the current fiscal year until approximately September, like the general fund.
Does it look like we'd have enough money in the tourism fund to fund this project next year, next budget year?
In the fund balance?
Fund balance,
In
yeah.
the fund balance, based on what we see today, I believe so. I know there's some competing efforts, like if the board wanted to move forward on the Veterans Park upgrades, that was also something we were looking at tourism fund balance for. So a lot of pressures. We're talking about some additional property that would qualify for use with the tourism fund. So in theory, yes, but you might be making trade-offs with some other things.
That's all the questions I have.
I would like to add, Commissioner Urban, I'll get to you, that this has been ongoing for many years, and there was a little bit of pushback from the neighbors about making a really, what word am I looking for? Just much more than a passive park. I think the beauty of it is to have only a few parking spaces, and mostly you can walk to it to maintain it. I think it would really destroy the whole experience if we made half of it a parking lot and had a ton of people coming down there. I think it's nice place to walk to, and maybe have kids come in a bus or something, or only a few visitors at a time in vehicles anyway. But that was some of the pushback that kind of gave the board pause, because some of the neighbors were concerned that it would be, overdeveloped. But I think, Corey, you've done a good job in limiting that and what you've shown us tonight.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and we have continued to have some conversations with the neighbors. Last big conversation, certainly last June, when we had the public meeting. And so far, I've only been contacted a few times by the neighbors, and honestly, the comment has been, you haven't finished it yet.
Right. Commissioner Urban.
So yes, I'd be remiss in saying that there was some pro bono work done on the building, especially the flues. The material was donated by Taylor Clay, and Taylor Clay sent one of their masons down to stabilize the flues that came out of the kiln, which raises my question is how much is the cost of the reinforcing of the kiln? Do we know? Because here's my preface. I had Charles Taylor, President and CEO of Taylor Clay, a brick manufacturer that's been in this state for over 100 years. They personally came down with their crew and their mason. That kiln, they said, as long as it's covered the way it is, will last way beyond our lifetime. It's a Roman arch, which is self-supporting. My fear is going in and trying to retrofit a brace onto a Roman arch and not do more damage. As Becky would say, the squeeze isn't worth the juice. And so if you're viewing into the arch from like a plexiglass panel or something like that, why are we touching it? Can we not just monitor the situation?
So I'll say we are trusting the words of the structural engineers that we brought into the process. Just looking at this probable construction cost, looks like we've outlined $40,000 for structural. So I guess that didn't sound like a ton of money. But as I understand it, it is, because we did that report, and that structural engineer did say that, the bricks, they were, I guess, sort of caving in, but they were caved in probably over 15, 20 years ago. And they haven't, I guess, moved much since then. But I guess in the opinion of the structural engineers that we've been working with, a brace is the better way to, I guess, secure the structure of that kiln.
Okay, I will preface, I'm not a structural engineer, but I do take the value of a gentleman that builds kilns for a living and fires brick for a living. And they're standing out there going, what a wonderful, I mean, they wanted to fire that puppy back up. And they said, don't use it every day, but they said it was in such good shape. Arches, just Roman arches, I mean, the Colosseum's still there. It's the same principle. So I just wanted to know whether or not, I mean, is it worth spending that 30 or 40 grand where you could apply that 30, 40 grand elsewhere on the park and monitor the condition of that kiln? Because I really don't think it's going to go anywhere. My fear is that you get inside, you start underpinning it, and you start disturbing it, and they're like, uh-oh, and then they're starting to do more and more work. I think you were there when David Charles was there. He's like, you don't really need masonry mortar with a properly designed arch because it's self-supporting. So I'm just raising that flag, and I just also want to say that Taylor Clay helped out tremendously a few years ago. They literally took the flues down. Their guy came in, they matched the brick, they built them back up. Enough said. They just wanted to do it because they thought it was a wonderful project.
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging them, Commissioner Urban. Any other questions for Corey?
Can I address your comment there? I wouldn't go in that place without a hard hat and somebody. But the point is, it's not safe and it needs to be fixed. There's 2 points right now inside that arch that have caved in. The bricks are on the ground. And so I think the structural engineer have looked at it from the standpoint of how can we make this safe? Because I've got to go inside to just set a couple of exhibits. And I don't feel comfortable going in there unless it does have some kind of bracing.
And that's fine, but temporary shoring can be done. But I didn't know that there was going to be something inside of it other than maybe illuminating.
There's going to be a panel inside of it. I'm going to show you in a minute. There's going to be a panel inside.
Okay.
And there's going to be a half-inch Lexine door at the front end so that you can look through, but you can't go in.
Okay, because I'd rather just brick the whole thing up, to be honest with you, because people are going to stare inside of this kiln and think that somehow this metal armature is indicative of what all kilns are like. But
and that's a concern I have.
Maybe
but I don't know
stipulate that this doesn't exist or something. But
I don't know of any way around that. What we've got is a building that is about 1,250 square feet. And on the interior of it right now, it's really soft mud. When we were in there cleaning it out, there is a lot of dust, residue dust from clay. And the expert we're using on making some of the pottery reproductions has said, we don't want people inside there breathing that dust. And so while we were doing all the work in there originally, we all had to wear masks. And they had to be a very stout mask. It could not be just a regular mask you wear for COVID. because the dust in clay is toxic. Therefore, we had to design the exhibits in such a way that the experience is all from the outside. Why isn't this advancing, Maureen? It's missed a slide though. That slide. If you're not familiar with the building, this is the building, and that's kiln we're talking about there. The entrance to that kiln is on the back side over here. This is the building that's we're talking about. And because we can't go inside, the public's got to be able to understand that they can look through the windows, and we're covering the windows with 1/2-inch plexi or Lexan to protect the items that are on the inside and protect it from being broken into. But progression is from the street. There's only one way to really see this building, and that's from this side over here and going down this side on the right side. Unfortunately, when Rufus made this workshop, all the work starts at the back and comes forward. The finished products end up in the kiln, and then they would end up in the back of his pickup truck. So typically when you're designing an exhibit like this, you want to have some kind of progression. Well, because of the fact that the work is done in the back coming forward, we couldn't really make everybody go to the back and start forward. So what we're doing is we're telling the story from the very first, as soon as you walk in here. And as you walk down the right side, there are paths, and these panels are made for exterior signage for exhibits of this nature. The first thing you'll see once you pass the entrance sign by the city, you'll see this panel here. And this panel really gives you a context for what this exhibit is, what this building really is. And we're trying to make sure that people understand that Rufus Uten was a son of the original Uten family who owned the Matthews Pottery Factory. But Rufus wanted to go out on his own, and he wanted to make pottery for use. And the pottery that was sold by, at that time, his father at the Matthews Pottery Factory was mass produced. And Rufus wanted to do everything by hand. So not only is this a factory, but it's basically a studio. It's a pottery studio. And what you see when you look into the windows, you can see that it really is a factory. And so as we're going through the exhibits, I take the approach when a person is going through at a museum, you've got three kinds of people. You've got streakers, strollers, and studiers. And you put yourself in one of those positions. If you're a streaker, all you want to do is look at the pretty pictures, the exhibits, and you want to keep on going. Stroller, you're going to stand and you're going to look at the pictures. You're going to read headlines, and then you're going to move on to the next station. And studiers are the people who are going to read everything that's on the panel. And there's a lot of information out there about this particular building and about Rufus and the way he made pottery. There's just a wealth of information. And if students are coming there to learn, this is a perfect place to learn, because it tells from the beginning how you make pottery from clay. And it tells the processes. Now, if you're a streaker or someone who's just wanting to go through, you'll also get the same experience, because you'll be able to look into windows as you read these panels. So as we go through, you'll see the panels in a way that a visitor would experience the exhibit. This first panel here, like I said, puts the whole building in context. It talks about Rufus's family, his immediate family. It talks about his father and where his father came from and how Rufus came to build the building that you're standing in front of. This building was put on the National Register, National Historic Register in 2015, and we really promote that wherever we can. This is Rufus Uten, and this is his wife, and this is one of his two daughters. Okay, let's go. On the back side of that panel, and when you walk up, that panel is about 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall. But this is the back side of that panel, so that when you're leaving the exhibit, you would see visit the Matthews Heritage Museum, which is right around the corner there on Trade Street. The first panel you see when you walk up to the building, and it's the same window that Rufus sold clay out of to the city schools and to Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts. In that particular window, which is 36 by 42, there will be a video monitor, and it's a video that's a 10-minute video. It's a great video. It's done professionally by a company called Professional Communications. And it tells the story from start to beginning of this Rufus and what he's done. This will be behind plexiglass. It will have closed captioning, so we don't have to have exterior speakers. My biggest fear is someone coming in here and destroying the exhibits and destroying the inside of this building. So we're doing everything we can to make it almost theft-proof. First panel, you'll read above the monitor will be "Welcome to the Rufus Uten Traditional Pottery Workshop." And then below that will be a 32-inch screen. That's a continuous loop. And it's a special screen. It's designed to be outside with direct sunlight on the screen so you can still see the image on the screen. Below that is this panel showing a picture of Rufus when he's turning a pot, an explanation of his family again, and a little more depth this time, talking about his family and how they participated in manufacture of the pottery. The next panel to your right, as you go down the side of the building, we'll be talking about early North Carolina pottery. We felt like that we wanted to explain a little bit about the history of pottery in North Carolina, going back to Paleo times, which some of the artifacts that we're showing here are artifacts from North Carolina that were, and I forget what does say the age is now, but anyway, we're trying to tell the history of pottery in North Carolina and the region. Because as you can see by that first line up there, pottery goes back to the 1800 BCE in China. And we're bringing it down from there to here. This is a map that we found. It shows all the pottery factories in North Carolina back in the 1960s. And the Rufus Pottery Factory is shown on that map. So we were fortunate to find that map. The panels that you're seeing here are all about 36 inches wide by about 24 inches tall. And they're all freestanding. They're standing on top of a post that is painted. And the company that manufactures these signs guarantee them for 20 years. It's a very stable material. And so every one of the bigger panels you see will be made from that material. This panel, though, is inside of a window, and there's 4 or 5 other small panels, just like this one, that will be inside of a window, this artifact case. Again, it's going to be covered with 1/2-inch Lexan, and inside of that will be panels explaining what you're seeing there. There will be about 5 different artifacts. This one talks about churns, which Rufus made a lot of churns. In fact, he could turn out 100 churns a day. It was purported. And so you're going to see these are smaller individual plaques that beside every piece of the pottery that's inside there. There will be an actual thimble to be placed in there. And for those of you who don't know what a thimble is, if you have a stove, wood burning stove or a coal stove, and you have a pipe going out and it goes through the wall, Rufus would make these thimbles to protect the walls so that they wouldn't catch on fire. He made a lot of thimbles. There will be an actual thimble in there. We've got some that he made. This case will deal with what is a chicken cooker, cooker, and the way it was brought back from France by a lady who went to Rufus and said, "We'd like for you to make this." And I'll show you a picture of that here in a second. This is a poultry cooker. You put your chicken inside here after you've let this sit in the water for a day, and you put it in the oven, and it makes great chicken from what I understand. Rufus was famous for making these. He was one of the few people in the United States that would make these. The next thing he made was a lot of jugs, the kind of jugs that you drink liquor out of, that you would hold over your shoulder and drink out of it. And the one that we're going to put in the case is a smaller one, a smaller reproduction of it, but it's one that he made lots of for a commemorative exercise here in Matthews. And I don't know why they weren't used, but we still have a bunch of those, and we're going to put that in the case. One thing that's particularly noted about Rufus is the finish that he put on his pottery was a glaze called Albany glaze. It's no longer available. It's against the law to use it now, but it was a really thick, heavy glaze, and most of his pottery has this dark brown glaze on it. And so just about everything he made is use that glaze. He also made a item called a Rebecca pitcher based on what was in the Bible that Rebecca used to pour wine out of. And he made these, and we're getting some of these made as a reproduction. The last thing he made is the butter churn, and we're having an actual reproduction of a butter churn. Unfortunately, we don't have any of the butter churns that he made. They've all been broken. This case will have all of these reproductions in it. And if they're not reproductions, the actual pieces. And those labels you just saw will be beside each one of those pieces. That'll be the only place where you'll be able to see some of the actual products that he made. The rest of the place, the rest of the artifacts you're going to see in the building will be made by a professional here in Charlotte that makes pottery for a living. This is the first panel you would see after you get past that window. And as you can see, Uten's pottery making process, that's for streakers. Strollers is this type of copy here, which talks about his story and starts telling the story of how he made the pottery. This picture here is of clay that was found here in Matthews, and in local areas, there was a special kind of clay that they had to use. This piece of equipment up here is a piece of equipment that's inside the building that he had designed. At this time in history, which is 1950s, early 1950s, there was no equipment able to be purchased to make what he wanted to make. So he would design his own equipment and built most of it, or had someone build it for him. And so you'll be able to see this on the other side of the room when you look through the windows there. Throughout the exhibit, we put some fun facts in here that don't have exactly anything to do with Rufus, but they do have something to do with important facts that deal with the clay. This particular one here deals with the kind of clay that they use to make the pottery from. The first window that you'll be able to go up to outside of that artifact window will be this window. And what we're doing is we're showing the actual tools that he used. All of these tools came from his shop. And we have an explanation of what they were for. Some of the tools are handmade. Some of them are tools like the trowel that they used a lot of. This particular piece of equipment, he made some of these. This is what lifts the wet clay up after he's made the clay. And then these were some of the tools that he used to shape the clay and to put textures in it and things of that nature. This window reader rail goes right below the window, so that when you're standing at the window, you've got this in front of you and you're looking into the window. And these are built in such a way that a child would be able to read this at a level that's comfortable for them to read, which would meet ADA standards. The next panel, full-size panel, will be now that the clay is properly mixed. First panel deals with mixing the clay, getting the clay and then mixing it. And this is where Rufus would take and have his assistant or his brother roll the balls of clay, get the air out of it. And then Rufus designed his own scale over here, which is this one inside the shop there. And we've recreated, we're going to recreate what he had. But this is a drawing explaining his scale so that he knew if he was going to make a churn, he had to have a certain size ball. And if he was going to make something that was smaller, it was a smaller ball, of course. And so his workers would make these balls on this balling table here and cut the clay into the size that they would need, and then put it on this holder right here, and it would weigh the clay. And that way Rufus knew exactly what he was dealing with. These are some of the actual photos when in Rufus's shop, in his workshop. We don't have any of those. So what we've done is we've hired a person to make about, I think 115. It's a lot. 115 reproductions, and they're going to be all different types, because I just didn't think we could have this exhibit and show the public what he actually did. And he made all these shapes here for various people throughout the North Carolina, South Carolina. Once you mix the clay, the next panel that you would see would be a picture of Rufus actually turning a churn. That's a churn there. And this is a picture of his turning table. Now, this window that you'll be able to see through, you'll be able to see this turning table, and we're using a full-size mannequin standing at that table, forming a clay churn, representing what he would have done if he was standing there. This is explaining the table and how he made the pots on the table. This is him at the table that's in the shop right now. But again, it's something that you can't get to, with the public wouldn't be able to get to. So we're trying to position it such a way that it's right beside the window. You'll be able to look in it. You'll be able to see how he made the clay on this table. And then this example here is showing the various parts. And this copy here is explaining the parts of the table, how he would make the parts using this table. This is the very last panel on the right-hand side. And like I said, Rufus brought in the clay, but he brought it in from the back side, the end of the building that's away from the public, away from the street. And he would bring in clay and pile it up on a certain concrete platform in the back there. And what we're explaining here is how much clay it took. And we've got a few of his invoices. This right here is an invoice for his insurance on his pickup truck. And then we explain what kind of clay he would get. The gray clay is the best clay he could get. And we talk about him bringing that clay in and them stacking up as high as they could. They'd stack it up under a shed. The shed would let it dry so that it would be dry enough to start working to build the pots. Like I said, this is the last panel on the back side of the building. From there, we go to the front of the building, which is right beside the kiln. And here is where he's got glazing stations. And he would buy glazes from all over the country. And at the same time, he would make his own glazes. Like I said, the one he started out with, the Albany glaze, was outlawed. And so when we're reproducing these pots for the exhibit, we're having to make a glaze that looks like Albany glaze. Rufus was never known for making very pretty pots. His whole thing was to make pots for use, to make pots that people could use in their homes. And so if you look him up, you're not going to see a lot of pots, fancy pots that he's made, but you will see and find he made a lot of churns. He made a lot of bowls, vases, things for utilitarian purposes. And that's the thing about Rufus, that many of the potters that you find up in Seagrove in that area, they're all known for making artistic pottery. And Rufus didn't make artistic pottery. He made one or two examples, but only one or two examples. And we know those are his because they're signed on the bottom. This is inside the window right across from the entrance to the kiln we were talking about. This is the last phase of the pottery process where he puts the glaze, he dips the pots into the glaze, then he would go and put them inside the kiln. This panel explains the kiln, and it's right outside the kiln. So if you walk up to the exhibit and you see this panel first, it really won't make any difference, because what it does, it explains the process of the kiln and explains how the process was fired. The kiln would get up to 2,000 degrees and stay that way for at least 24 hours. And it would get so hot in there that the pots would turn white while they were being glazed. These are various pieces that he would use to stack the pots, and he would stack pots from the ground up to maybe about the height of his head. And he stacked them in such a way that where they would stand up in the kiln and get air all around them. He would hold a day's worth of work in there, or not a day's worth of work, a month's worth of work. And once he got them in the kiln, he knew exactly where they were going to go into the list that he had put together for ordering the pots throughout North and South Carolina. So for him, it was a process, and he was pretty sharp about how he did that. Inside the kiln, this is the door that goes into the kiln right now. There are 3 furnaces, 3 ovens, and they put out the heat. And this is the only panel that's just inside the door. Now, it's not far inside the door because we want people to be able to read the text on this panel. It talks about the way he stacked the pottery in there so that when the kiln would air out after about a day and a half of cooling down, he would bring the pots out, put them in his pickup truck, and use layers of straw in between. And he would check them off the list and deliver them. And while he was delivering, he'd get orders for the next go around. So he's a pretty industrial kind of guy. He lived until 1975. He quit making pottery in 1970. And then he just started selling clay out of that building. This is the interpretive panel that you saw there. And it explains some of the things that I talked about earlier about how he put the pots in there. Inside the building overhead, when you look in the windows, these signs are going to be hanging above the actual pieces of equipment. These were the pieces of equipment that were really necessary in his profession: hammer mill, pug mill extruder, and the balling table. And his scale, those were all used before he actually turned the pots, and then he turned the pots on his wheel. And then we have 2 long tables in there that are for drying. He would take and he would make the pots, turn around and put them on a table behind him. Once they had dried, once the greenware had dried enough to where they could pick them up, he would put them up on the floor, which is that wood platform that Corey mentioned about. The building is about a 1/4 wood floor, and the rest of it's dirt floor or clay dust floor. And then he had workbenches in there. He had a glazing area and a kiln. So these would tell the person standing outside the window where these particular pieces are. So that by the time a person comes in there, whether it's a child, I've got a grandson, 10 years old. He just took a pottery class, and he understood exactly what Uten was doing, what Uten had done. And so I think it's a great project or to bring children into that have an interest in making pottery, as well as adults who really do have an interest in making pottery. That's it.
Any questions for Mr. Walker, Commissioner Tefano?
Hi, Mr. Walker.
Hey.
So other than being from Matthews, did Mr. Uten have any extinguishing accolades in the industry?
Not that we can find.
Okay.
The people in Seagrove, when I talked to the people in Seagrove, which is sort of the hub of pottery making here in North Carolina, they knew of Mr. Uten, but they knew of Mr. Uten from a utilitarian standpoint, not from an artistic standpoint.
Other than the thimble, is there any other items that were made by Mr. Uten?
Oh, quite a bit.
No, I mean that you have in your possession?
We do have a few pots. We do have
Originals, I should have said.
originals, yes.
Yeah.
We have one pot that is in great shape that we'll put on display. That's about the only pieces that were left.
And the thimbles?
And the thimbles.
Mhm.
A lot of thimbles. We do have in Matthews, his relatives have butter churns, but they won't let us use them because they're pretty valuable to them. And they also have a Rebecca pitcher, but they won't let us use that either.
One last question. Is there any indication that any of the clay came from the Matthews area, or did it all?
Yes. Yes,
So there are places in Matthews that have
Yes,
pottery clay
you
available.
can still find it today.
Oh, where?
I don't know, but you can still find it. That he would spend a lot of time going about the Matthews area, all the way down to Monroe, all the way out to Lancaster, finding these pots of, or these areas with clay, and he would
Interesting. That would be interesting to know.
dig it up himself. We talk about that in one of the panels.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Any other questions? So I'll ask Becky, as he asked tonight, for us to green light this work.
Not at this time. We do still have some funding set aside for this. We have some additional funding slated in the FY 24 budget. And so at this point in time, we don't need to take action on it. With where we are with our fund balance and other funding, I think that we would want to continue to move forward with the funds that we have, and then bring forward a more realized plan as far as sources to use, if there is any phasing that could be done for construction, just to be thoughtful about how to move forward. So we know Mr. Walker and some of the other folks he's been working with, and Corey, of course, they've done a great job on this. So we do want to see it move forward. It's just figuring out the right phasing with the funding, given the anticipated increased costs that we do have.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. At this time, I'd like to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 9:05. Receive the fiscal year 2021-22 audit report. And this was what we talked about earlier. So Teresa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Claire Earnhardt from Martin Starnes and Associates. She was one of the very hardworking auditors on our audit this year, and she is going to do the presentation for you all.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was the senior accountant on this year's audit engagement, and I'm here to present to you the 2022 audited financial statements. We issued an unmodified or clean opinion. So this is the best opinion we can give, meaning we found no material misstatements that led us to believe the financial statements would be misleading to the reader. We also wanted to note that GASB 87 was implemented this year. This is a new standard regarding leases. So leases are no longer classified as capital or operating. On your financial statements, you'll see this. The standard requires the recognition of all lease asset and liabilities over 12 months in length. I'm going to discuss some performance indicators and findings towards the end of the audit report or towards the end of the presentation. There is now a requirement for self-reporting of responses for any findings. So I did want to note that and make you all aware of that, as Teresa is already aware. We tested 2 major programs this year. So the town was both a federal and a state single audit. And basically that's just your funding for your federal and your state funds was over the 750,000 limit for federal and 500,000 for state. So we were required to test those as major programs. We tested ARPA as the federal program and PAL bill as the state major program. And I'm happy to report that the audit report has been submitted to the LGC and approved. It was dated April 25th, 2023. For your fund balance in the general fund, this increased from 2020 to 2021 by 1.8 million or 16.5%, which is an increase from 11 million to 12.8 million. In 2021 to 2022, this increased 6.3 million, 49% from 12.8 million to 19.1 million. This increase in fund balance was largely due to the transfer in from the ARPA fund of 4.9 million. For your unassigned fund balance in the general fund, your unassigned fund balance is the portion of fund balance that has not been restricted, committed, or assigned to specific purposes or other funds. From fiscal year 20 to 2021, this increased 1.2 million from 7.3 million to 8.6 million. From 2021 to 2022, it increased 3.7 million or 44% from 8.6 million to 12.3 million. For your available fund balance, the LGC minimum fund balance available percentage is 25% for units with general fund expenditures above 10 million, which is where the town falls. That is an amount of 3 months. And the fund balance available percentage in fiscal year 2022 is 67%. Fund balance available increase due to the increase in your total fund balance noted in our previous slide. For your general fund summary, revenues increased by 2.4 million and your expenditures increased by 3.8 million. So your revenues increased from 24.2 million to 26.7 million, and your expenditures increased from 23.3 million to 27.2 million. Your revenues increased due to increases in the ad valorem taxes and your sales and services revenues. The expenditures increased due to increases in public safety and cultural and recreation departments. In fiscal year 2022, your revenues are under expenditures by 468,000
However, I wanted to note that that amount does not include your other financing sources and uses that you would see on your financial statements. And other financing sources and uses includes things like your transfers, debt, proceeds, etc. So if we include those amounts, then the net change in fund balance is that 6.3 million that I discussed previously. I'm going to go into more detail on these revenues and expenditures on the next few slides. So for your top 3 revenues in the general fund, total revenues are 26.7 million, and your top 3 make up 24 million, or 90% of those revenues. So your top 3 are ad valorem taxes at 57%, unrestricted intergovernmentals at 26%, and sales and services at 7%. The rest is made up of other revenues, which includes things like other taxes, restricted intergovernmental, licenses and permits, investment earnings, and miscellaneous items. For your ad valorem taxes, this increased from 14.7 million in 2021 to 15.3 million in 2022. So that's an increase of about 608,000, or 4%. We would consider anything less than 5% to be comparable to prior year. For your unrestricted intergovernmental revenues, this increased from 6.1 million in 2021 to 6.8 million in 2022. Unrestricted intergovernmental revenue consists of things like your local option sales tax, utility franchise tax, telecommunications sales tax, ABC profit distribution, etc. So this increased 750,000, or 12.2%. And the increase was mainly due to increases in your local options sales taxes. For your sales and services, this increased from 1.4 million in 2021 to 1.9 million in 2022. This is an increase of 465,000, or 31%. And your increase was due to increases in the recreation program revenues and community center revenues. For your top 3 expenditures in the general fund, total expenditures are 27.2 million, and your top 3 comprise 19.8 million, or 74% of those expenditures. The top 3 are public safety at 43%, general government at 16%, and cultural and recreation at 15%. Other expenses makes up the remaining 26% and includes things like environmental protection, economic and physical development, public works, and debt service. So for your public safety, this increased from 10.3 million to 11.6 million, which is an increase of 1.3 million, or 12%. This increase was due to increases in the police capital outlay. However, that was largely due to the GASB 87 implementation, which essentially put all your leases into capital outlay this past year. For our general government, this increased from 3.6 million in 2021 to 4.2 million in 2022. This is an increase of 601,000, or 16%. This increase was due to increases in the administration department for both salaries and professional services. For culture and rec, this increased from 1.1 million in 2021 to 3.9 million in 2022. This is an increase of 2.8 million, or 249%. And this was due to increase in capital outlay for the 2.3 million in property acquisition. Lastly, just to touch on the general performance indicators. So the general performance indicators comes from the data input sheet, and this is something new that we started presenting in 2021. This comes from the LGC template that is submitted to the LGC along with the audit report. It's also reviewed by Teresa prior to submission.
So now we are required to discuss any performance that indicators that pop out, and that includes findings. So finding 2022-001 was a material weakness for significant audit adjustments for year-end closing entries that had not been completed prior to sending the trial balance to the auditor. And finding 2022.
I'm sorry, can you explain what that means, like, for a layperson? Because I didn't quite follow that.
So essentially what happens, so after 6:30, after year end, we get a trial balance from the finance department. And so say, you know, there's things like your receivables, revenues, expenditures, your balance sheet and income statement items. So say we're testing AR and we find something that should have been recorded in AR and maybe just hadn't been provided to us or posted yet, or, you know, and essentially what we've noticed that this is due to turnover. And so if we were to find something that was maybe late in posting and wasn't provided to us, then we would book an entry for that. And so that's what a significant audit adjustment is. And we assess that for materiality. So essentially, if it was a $5 entry, that's not material to us, but in aggregate with all the entries, it was material to those funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Finding 2022-002 was a significant deficiency and non-compliance for delayed annual audit due to turnover in financial personnel. There is now a self-reporting requirement for findings, so please don't forget to get that response in. And I'm also happy to report that there was stable property tax collection, stable property tax valuation and collection percentage. So that's it for my presentation. Are there any other questions?
I have a question for Becky. Do you feel we have these issues with the late entries and stuff under control and addressed at this point?
Very much so. So we did have a very inopportune timing of some turnover in the department. It was right at year end as we were trying to close everything out. And Teresa has done a good job working with staff. We've got some tighter protocols in place as far as being able to have some cross training with additional staff. So having a department of 3 makes it very few people to choose from, but we've got some stronger protocols in place. And so we've worked together to determine what is going to the LGC from staff's perspective. And then this board at your next meeting, there is now a requirement in place where this board will also endorse that plan. But we do feel confident that the ability to close out year end and the ability to get everything tightened up and turned over on time, that was a one-off last year, and that we have sufficient protocols in place that will not be an issue this next year.
And you stipulated that a written corrective action is required, correct?
Yes, so a corrective action report was provided to us with the audit report. However, there's an additional response that's required, like a letter you have to write and submit. Have you worked on? Yeah.
And that's what you were
Yeah.
just alluding to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Tofano?
Hello. How did you receive the information for your audit? Was it just hard copy paper? Was it electronic files? Were you able to go into the software directly? How did you use that?
Well, I'm actually very happy to report of a system that we use called ShareLink, and most of our clients love it. It's something that we put in place actually after the COVID pandemic went into, we used to use something called SafeSend, and it just wasn't user friendly. So after COVID and everyone was remote and all the craziness of the pandemic, we got something called ShareLink, and it's basically an online software that anyone can use. So it's not anything that our clients have to purchase. It's a website that you log into. There's multi-factor authentication, so the files are safe. And we basically upload what we call our PBC list. And PBC list is prepared by client list. And so we upload all of our requests. Each request is this individual line. We put all of our information on what we need. And then the clients can go in, read the request, and then upload the documentation electronically to each specific request. So it keeps everything very organized. So for example, we have a section for cash, AR, revenue. So it's easier for us, and I think it's easier for our clients. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about it.
Yeah, we uploaded PDF documents to them online, and then they took them and entered them into their Excel spreadsheets and their work papers.
So the PDF documents that you get are not images, they're actual editable PDFs?
They can be, and for example, if something was like a spreadsheet with formulas, or they could upload the Excel document. And if there is anything that's sensitive, sometimes with HR files, or if there's any concern, then we come on site and we can view those as well. But it is a website that is multi-factor authentication for both us and the client. And so all the information is secure.
So you need actual numeric data to do your work, not just images of the information, correct? Not just pictures, you need the actual numbers that
Yes.
you can extract. Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions, Ms. Earnhardt or for Teresa? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to item 10B, receive our monthly budget report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. You do have in front of you the April 23 financial report. And we are happy to report that things are still moving rather well with revenues and expenditures remaining below revenues. Avalon tax collections are up, and our percentage of collection is a little higher than it was last year at this time. And we have very little coming in, of course, at this time of year as far as Avalon tax revenues, but there are still some things trickling in. Local option sales tax year-over-year at this point in the year 20.26% higher than they were last year at this time. We are only through March sales, so we do have 3 additional months of sales tax to come in before we close out the year. Recreation revenues are up 34.45%. Occupancy tax is up a little over 5%. And rental car taxes up 7.7%. Anyone have any questions, concerns?
I just have a comment. I think these numbers are reflective of the light at the end of the tunnel I spoke about when we came out of COVID. People were just so happy to go out to a restaurant or a bar or to recreate or whatever. So we're seeing, you know, the town being very vibrant, and it's great news that the sales tax and stuff is coming in at the rates that they are. Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, Teresa, I think in one of your last budget reports, you said that these upward movements in all of these incomes was anticipated to remain during the fiscal year, next fiscal year. Was that a correct statement? I think you said something about the local government was doing projections or something.
The League of Municipalities did projections, and their projections are that sales tax based on this current year's revenues, they're only projecting about a 6% increase next year in sales tax. They're expecting sales tax to more or less level off a lot more than these continued 20 and 25% increases that we have been seeing. But again, I mean, everybody can only take what we currently have, and then they factor in, of course, the political climate nationwide and statewide, and, you know, try to make the best possible estimates on what is going to happen. So the budget for FY24 is based on the league's revenue projections.
Did they make any projections other than sales tax?
Yes.
Are they also projecting an increase for the following year, the next year?
Some of the restricted intergovernmental are projected to decrease slightly. So we used the league's recommendations or their projections for all of our lines. So we projected out what we believe we will receive for FY23, and then used the league's percentages of increase or decrease to then set our proposed budget for 24.
Is that public information on the NCLM website, or do I need a copy of that?
I don't know if they publish it publicly. It was emailed to league
Yeah.
members.
I don't,
So,
yeah, I don't know
we
if
can
it's
forward
public,
that
but
to the
we can
board.
forward it.
Yes. Can I have a copy of that projections? Thank you.
Absolutely.
As of our last break, there was still no debt ceiling agreement. Let's hope that they come together in the next 10 days, because I think that's going to be devastating for the country if we default, if the federal government defaults on their debts. I think we're going to be in a deep recession. Hopefully that won't happen. They always seem to pull it out in the last few minutes, but let's hope calmer heads prevail. Are there any other questions for Teresa regarding the budget report? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 10C, receive information on affordable housing. Malia Gordon.
Yes, so during the April 21st, 22nd planning conference, we spoke to you about affordable housing. And that was really from the lens of, you had asked us to pursue some activities as part of the December 10th ARPA meeting. One of those being to pursue critical and emergency home repair services, and to also consider ongoing funding. So during that planning conference, we talked to you a little bit about the current request for proposal for critical and emergency home services. At that time, it was an active RFP. We also shared with you during the planning conference an original recommendation to fund affordable housing as part of the FY24 budget in the amount of 240. So at this point, we really want to kind of share comprehensively some of the activities that have occurred over the last 7 months, so that you have a better understanding that while it probably feels slow moving with us using affordable housing dollars, we have been active in pursuing efforts in this space. Some of the things that you are very much aware of is that we completed the housing needs assessment, and there were some recommendations from there. We also had the RFP, which has since closed. Unfortunately, we did not receive any requests for proposals in that effort. In addition, we've submitted 2 requests, as you're aware, one to the state, one to the federal government, for funding opportunities to support land acquisition and financing activities. So we have been actively engaged in different activities. The other thing that I wanted to note that's not listed here is that part of the comprehensive plan, there is a housing affordability component to that. So as part of that comprehensive plan study that's occurring now, housing affordability is a component. So you'll hear more of that as part of those recommendations. At this time, we're recommending some next steps pertaining to affordable housing. Those steps include to hold a special work session for the board to further explore the housing needs assessment recommendations. You heard them, but I know we haven't had the opportunity to really take a deep dive in what those recommendations mean for us as a community and for policy purposes. The second is to establish some relationships with local and regional leading agencies in affordable housing. So as you're aware, is a very dynamic and intricate, affordable housing is very dynamic and has a lot of intricacies to it. There are some agencies that really take the lead in addressing affordable housing in the region in North Carolina. And so we would like to further explore programs with those agencies. For example, we have the North Carolina Housing Finance Authority. One of their programs, well, really, they're kind of the conduit of receiving federal funds related to supporting affordable housing. But one of their programs is around community partnerships, specific to providing home ownership loans. Well, we want to better understand, what does that mean if we were to get in that business? One of the caveats to that is that a lot of the municipalities that are pursuing some of these programs have fully funded housing staff members that are over different programs. So that's just something to take into consideration. We want to understand what that might mean for us as a smaller municipality. So continue to establish those relationships with some of those specific agencies. And then, as always, we want to continue to seek grant opportunities to support land acquisition and developer financing activities. And so one of the things on the next agenda item, I'll talk about that in detail. The ask right now is to obtain board direction on those proposed next steps. Is this something that you'd like for us to continue to pursue? Or are there some other desired outcomes related to affordable housing? As I mentioned, since the planning conference, a couple of things have changed. We don't have the proposals for the critical home repair. So that's a temporary stop, as well as we are not pursuing any FY24 funding. So just really wanted to check in to obtain some direction at this point and make sure that we're on the right track and meeting your needs around affordable housing efforts.
I have a comment and a couple questions. I mentioned with Becky earlier in a conversation about the possibility of reaching out to some of our local churches, because many of our churches have critical home repair programs already set up, and that might be a possibility that we could fund something like that. Secondly, would it be possible to use our ARPA funds that have been earmarked for affordable housing to pay an employee for a set number of years to do some of these other things that Malia is talking about? Can that money be utilized for a salary and benefits to an employee?
Yeah, the ARPA dollars have been supplanted and are in our general fund budget. And so that would be an allowable use if the board desired.
I mean, if we could hire an employee and they could get grants and things like that, and we could pay their salary for many years from our ARPA funding, that might be a possibility. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
First, to go off that, I proposed that exact same thing in the planning conference, and I was shot down pretty unanimously on hiring an employee. So I don't understand where that's coming from. I was pretty ceremoniously shut down on that idea. And then second, I think a work session would be really good to kind of talk things over and see where we are. I'm really surprised that there was no responses to the RFP. I mean, usually people are John Higdon say, if it's free, it's for me. And so surprised that there weren't people going after the money, especially Habitat.
Just clarification. I mean, my comment about hiring someone is that we had no proposals to use the money. We have $1.5 million. I think we can certainly find somebody that will gladly take those funds and use them. I don't know if they meet check all the boxes that we have to do that.
Well, and I do want to remind the board that our request to the federal government does require a match. And so that request was for $1 million. So if we do receive that funding, we would need $1 million of these funds to be able to meet the requirements of that funding.
But that's turning 1 million into 2. So that's, if it's free, it's for me.
Did we ever, I remember I asked this during the planning conference, what's the turnaround time on hearing back? I know it's probably pretty wonky.
Sure. So from the information we have, I anticipate late summer, early fall before we hear any news about if we're a recipient or not of those grants.
And then I guess the question I want to pose is, do we want to wait for a work session till we hear back from the federal government, get into late summer? Is this something we want to move on now? And just, I guess I'm asking the board what they think.
I would prefer to meet sooner rather than later. I mean, this is some information that we can educate ourselves on now. Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, thank you. Really surprised we didn't get a response. Habitat for Humanity was sending us email and really hitting us hard. And what happened there?
So Habitat for Humanity decided not to submit a proposal. They said at the time they had sufficient funding to support critical and emergency home repair services. And their decision is that for right now, they want to make sure they can manage that funding before asking for more. So they have made that decision not to submit a proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
So Malia, do you have Liz Ward with Give Impact on your list of to-goes? She is an excellent resource, a hired gun that connects the dots in the affordable housing side. And so to the mayor's point about hiring staff, you might be able to talk to Liz about some type of, compensation or something, or at least hear her out. We use her. She is very well connected in Charlotte and North and South Carolina.
Okay.
So it's Give Impact,
note that.
Liz Ward.
Liz Ward.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Malia specifically asked for comments from our board on these 3 recommendations, and I think Ken and I are the only ones that have spoke to them. So are there any other thoughts on these 3 recommendations that are up on the screen here? Commissioner Garner.
Do you think a special work session is in order sooner rather than later? I think we owe it to the people to the organizations that wrote us letters that we revisit with them, even though Habitat didn't respond to the RFP. I feel like, a conversation is in order with them and with
Rainbow Express.
And it probably wouldn't hurt to talk to Centralina about their program that's similar to Habitat, just to see where they are with it, and maybe we could wrap that into our discussion, sort of in response to the housing needs assessment.
At the last Centralina meeting, I talked to some people about their affordable housing stuff, so I can get the contact information over to Becky or to you.
Yeah. Did you talk to Katie? Is that?
Maybe.
I have spoken to Katie from Centralina on a different issue, but they are on my list as part of that partnership.
I think Katie is writing the program. It sort of was hired to spearhead that. So I think she would be a great contact. Just sort of understanding the broader services that are available. I think it probably didn't do us any favors to get the letter from Habitat and then issue an RFP. So some of that relationship rebuilding may be appropriate too.
What is Katie's last name? Do we know for the record? Or we can just say Katie from Centralina, I guess. Hope there's not
I
much.
also wanted to point out that their last meeting, we talked about like biggest issues and affordable housing in every community, as small as can be, as rural can be, talked about affordable housing. It's pretty critical in our region.
Yeah, it was when Becky and I attended the Metro Mayor's Conference, that was pretty much the topic of conversation at every time that we weren't at a session. That's what folks were talking about. Commissioner Urban.
Well, I gave you a name for item number 2, but can we, Becky, tell me if we can, or Malia, can we reverse engineer this and create like we did for the facade grant improvements? Can we not go directly to the folks, the general public, and saying, do you need home repairs and things like that? And in order to qualify you A, B, C, D, E, and then they receive a grant from the town of Matthews for those home repairs, as opposed to trying to go to a central entity that's going to deal with it.
I would defer to Mr. Buckley regarding whether or not we would need to have a nonprofit intermediary in order.
That would be my question, is
to,
what can or can we, because I think that had some value and maybe that would help.
and then also the management of the program, the
Yes.
procurement of the contractors, that Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem McCool, I stand by the earlier hesitation that we were ready to hire somebody. I would say if we were getting into the management of a critical home repair program in-house, my answer would change very, very quickly.
Yeah,
because that would
we could
be
go outside of it,
Mhm.
Mr. Urban, to your point, a large nonprofit where many of us were encouraged to donate to through our work. So you probably know who I'm talking about, was discovered to be, eating up 60-70% of the funds for wasn't going to the end user. So I kind of like your proposal. I would hate to not saying that would happen with any of our local nonprofits. But we got to be
smaller one-offs, you're not gonna have a big chunk of money you're dealing with.
You got to be careful that the money is going to what we want it to go to.
Charlie hasn't responded, so that sounds like an affirmative. So let's proceed.
No. Well, I didn't know how far the conversation is going to go, but at the last municipal attorneys conference, one of the seminars was on the ability of cities to actually perform duties in providing for affordable housing. And the city of Durham has done a wonderful job on briefing what the law is in North Carolina, and their determination was that cities don't have any authority to be in the affordable housing business directly. You can partner with others to for the affordable housing, but city to do the actual affordable housing, there's no authority. In other words, we can't do the sticks out of the ground, and we cannot administer like what you're saying, the program ourselves.
So it sounds like, though, if you were affording grants to other people, they would be responsible.
In partnership with developers, or, we can do all of that all the time with developers. That same concept would work with other partners such as nonprofits. Right.
So the church partners could be a viable
That could be
avenue
a
to
viable, I
pursue.
just heard that, and that would be a very viable way of doing it through the churches.
You need to talk to Mr. Luke Mabry. I understand he has an old sanctuary building that could house many people if done right.
Luke's church, Matthews United Methodist, I think Matthews Baptist all have critical home repair program set up within the church. So what I'm hearing, maybe to start, is we have a special work session to maybe sometime in the near future after we pass the budget and then move on from there. So is that good direction, Malia?
Yes, and at that time, I should be able to make some contacts and have information for you for that work session.
Perfect. Let's go on to item C2. Okay.
This item is specific to the City of Charlotte Home Investment Partnership Program. So about a month or two ago, I spoke to a representative at the City of Charlotte about use of their home investment funds. This is a pool of money, federal monies. The City of Charlotte is a participating jurisdiction. And as I understand, this pool of funds is available to developers for financing affordable housing activities, as well as available to local municipalities and towns. In our conversation, I mentioned to them there was some interest from Laurel Street at some point in time of using this pool of funds to assist with their funding efforts for the Mount Moriah Seniors Community Project. From what I understand, or the information shared with me, is that Laurel Street could be eligible for these funds in one or two ways. We could be a sponsor for them. And being a sponsor really just means that we're saying, hey, Laurel Street, they can use the funds. The agreement would be between the City of Charlotte and Laurel Street. So we would be out of that transaction. We would just be the sponsor. The City of Charlotte Council would approve the use of the funds for that project. So at this time, we are asking the board for consideration to resume conversations with Laurel Street pertaining to the Mount Moriah Seniors Community Project and their financing needs for purposes of determining if this pool of funds would be a viable source for them.
All right, thank you. Reading this second sentence under financial impact, it says in either instance, there are no cost requirements to participate in the program. In addition, there's no limit for how often an entity can apply for a home fund. So my question is, why would we not do this? I looked toward Mr. Buckley and he gave me a thumbs up. So I would make a recommendation that we heartily endorse this and try to get more funds so we can get the Mount Moriah Seniors Project started and completed. It's going to be a wonderful project. Mr. Tufano.
Yes, thank you. I agree with that. But I just wanted to find out what the acronym HOME stood for. If it does for anything, since it's all capitalized.
It's a federal fund program. I don't think it's an acronym.
Can you find out for me? Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
If you had an S to the end, it's the 5 Great Lakes, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. Mr. Urban.
So Malia, I'm a little confused.
Yes.
Wouldn't the conversation be with the overarching element, which is the City of Charlotte's Home Investment Partnership Program? And you're talking to them, and it happens to be that Laurel Street is an entity that wants to get access to that. I mean, why would we be talking to Laurel Street? Why aren't we supposed to be talking to Charlotte? Wouldn't we be doing things with them?
So we would talk with Laurel Street to, since the project is within Matthews, we would talk to Laurel Street to better understand their financing needs, because we would then tell the City of Charlotte, hey, we will serve as a sponsor to this program. But serving as a sponsor just means that we're, I guess, endorsing it, for a better word, but we're not obligated contractually to, we're not obligated contractually to have any kind of relationship with Laurel Street. That relationship would be strictly between the City of Charlotte and Laurel Street.
Okay, so, but you're gonna have to talk to Charlotte to some degree. I mean, you're talking to Laurel about their most immediate needs and their
Correct.
performance and stuff like that, but there has to be some follow-up conversation with the home partnership program, correct?
So correct. So if it were that Laurel Street said, hey, yes, we have a need for these funds, we would come back to the board to ask, could we officially sponsor them? So there would be another ask from the board, and then we would make that connection with the City of Charlotte and continue that
By
conversation.
non sequitur, isn't the home investments partner program something you'd want to talk to as under item number 2 of the previous conversation? Making all local, regional, established connections?
So the home funding is a federal fund program. That program is administered through the North Carolina Housing Finance Authority.
Right.
So we would talk to the Housing Finance Authority about that program, in addition to many other federal programs that might be programs of interest to us.
So regardless, it keeps it just expanding the conversation with all the players. I mean,
Correct.
this whole discussion of this particular issue opens up the door to have other conversations about the global thing we were talking about in the previous.
Correct. So in order to have access to the home funds, the City of Charlotte is, they've been selected as one of the jurisdictions that will receive those funds. So if we were interested, the town of Matthews was interested in obtaining those funds, we would talk to the City of Charlotte too and say, hey, we have a project, town of Matthews, we would like to use that pool of money. Instead, we're talking to them to say, hey, we have a developer that's considering a project within the town of Matthews who would like to use that money. So we're just really playing the connector for this particular transaction. However, if we have a need, we could also ask to use those funds for any town-specific affordable housing projects that we would initiate. I don't know if that answered your question, Commissioner.
No, I mean, it all is coming out of the same pool, so to speak.
Correct.
I'm just wondering that Laurel Street is a very specific conversation.
Correct.
I think this other entity aspect of it is a bigger conversation.
Correct.
You're probably going to flow into having conversations with Dream Key and then on
Yes.
and on and on.
So there'll be two different conversations going on. Us having a conversation with a Dream Key, the North Carolina Housing Finance Authority, Centralina, just to understand what we have access to as a town of Matthews for programming
Right.
and services. Then there's a separate conversation pending board approval where we say, hey, yes, we as a town of Matthews would like to sponsor Laurel Street, and then Laurel Street and City of Charlotte would continue that relationship.
And that discussion is going to get ramped up because my understanding is the federal government is putting more money into the 9% bonds, which means there'll be more allocation for affordable housing. So there's going to be a larger pool.
Possibly.
So everybody's going to be running to the trough, so to speak, but apparently there's more money going into that pot.
Correct. So City of Charlotte has indicated that the money's there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stipulations with it, so sometimes it deters developers, but they do have a pool of money as of at least about a month and a half ago.
If they're able to go across the state line and do stuff in South Carolina, there's no reason we can't get it here. So figure that one out.
I'd like to make another comment. I mean, we were unfortunately, because of a conflict of interest, not allowed to allocate some of our 1.5 million that we've earmarked for affordable housing for the Mount Moriah project. And I think this is an excellent opportunity to help this project move along and because it's a great project. It's just a fantastic project. I want to see it get built. I don't really see any negatives whatsoever to doing this. So that being said, if somebody would like to make a motion, that would be great.
Can I answer Commissioner Urban's initial inquiry? Well, Becky, I saw you were going to say something. Did you want to say something, or what I was just going to say? It seems to me, John, what that does, Commissioner Urban, what that does is we're outside the city of Charlotte. So if we're going to be somebody from outside, a developer is going to be petitioning them for these funds, they don't know anything about it, and their board doesn't have any dealings with the developers outside of Charlotte. So what it amounts to is a vetting by the town of Matthews as to the credibility of this project. And then the town comes in and says, hey, City of Charlotte, and therefore it's a credible application to their city council when another town board says this is a good project. And so I think it's a vetting and introduction, as what Amalia was trying to say.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve staff to resume conversations with Laurel Street in order to better understand the financial plan and needs for the Mount Moriah Seniors Project.
We have a second. A motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Garner. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes 6-0 with Commissioner Whitley being recused on that one. Thank you. Let's move on to item 10D, receive information on Matthews Visitor Center upfit proposal. Ms. Hawk.
Before you proceed, Commissioner Whitley needs to announce to the clerk that he's back in session.
Are you
That's what the statute.
Are you with us?
I think that's silly.
I'm with you, brother.
All right.
Thank y'all.
All right.
And before we get into this next item, I do just want to thank Malia for her leadership related to affordable housing. As we have all learned, it is a complex world with many different layers and options and opportunities. And she has dove right in and has been educating herself, making these connections, vetting some of these opportunities. And I just want to thank her for her leadership on it so that we can continue to move these programs forward. So the item that we do have in front of you tonight is really just looking for some initial feedback from the board on this concept before we move any further. So this has been a project that has been in the works for a while. We have the executive director of the Matthews Chamber of Commerce, Jessica Teller, in the audience with us this evening. But as all of you know, the Matthews Visitor Center is located out of our historic depot building here right next to Town Hall. And we have an agreement with the chamber to run the visitor center out of that facility. They also, of course, have their office operations out of that building through a lease agreement. And there are also a number of artifacts, if you've ever been in the building, related to the Matthews Historical Foundation. And it tells some of the history of Matthews, a little bit of the history of the train line in there. But really, when you visit the space, the building is absolutely stunning. It was beautifully restored But the interior programming, if we are looking to operate it as a true visitor center, leaves a bit to be lacking, which it might be kind. But the display cases are not well positioned. They're outdated. A lot of them actually have more of a focus on some of the chamber businesses, which we understand, but those aren't necessarily the type of printed materials that a visitor would be interested in receiving. There's a big table in the middle and some of the historical information. It doesn't maybe tell the story of the depot building, the true story of the history of the train line and its significance of passenger rail to the community. And so members of town staff and Jessica and other members of the chamber, as well as members from the Matthews Historical Foundation, we've been meeting and kind of brainstorming of how could we rethink the interior of this space to truly turn it into a visitor center. I'm sure that when you have visited other communities, you have perhaps stopped by a visitor center and there's professional looking racks with information from all over. There might be a kiosk if you want to look up information online now. It really just highlights everything that the community and the region has to offer, maybe in a more intentional way than what we're able to do within our current space.
Mr. Mayor, I like to recuse myself as I'm a director on the board of the chamber.
Well, there wouldn't be any financial benefit to the chamber through what we're discussing. So is no, the town would be funding any, because it's our building. So any improvements, we would be doing any improvements to the building.
Then he does not need to recuse himself. Okay.
So Mike Walker, who we heard from earlier this evening related to the Uten project, we have also engaged with him to do some high-level conceptual work on what the interior of the space could look like. Mr. Walker has been gracious enough to donate his time, which has not been insignificant to this thus far. And he would look to get recouped for his expenses if we were to move forward with this. But really what we're looking for is some feedback on the appetite to continue with this process, because we've really gone as far as we probably can with high-level conceptuals before we would start putting some money behind this. And so we would be looking to move forward with the conceptual design of the space, which as you can see on the left there, the office area wouldn't change, but the large room that is right now just kind of an open space, we would be reorienting. So you have kiosks in the middle with collateral. There is a computer and a desk to be able to look up information there. That's right behind that partial wall that would be built here. If I've got a pointer here, excuse me. So this would be a partial wall that would be constructed, and then you would have a kiosk area so that if somebody needed assistance looking information up, a staff person would be able to assist them. Or if somebody wanted to look up information on their own. Right now, if somebody comes in and you need to use a computer, they actually have to enter the office space of the chamber, and they obviously have their own chamber things going on in there. That's not always conducive to performing work there. This area here, when you first walk in, a lot of people are very interested in the train and the train history. And so we really talked about when you enter this space that you really have a focus upon initial entry where this is telling the story of the train line, really highlighting and recurating the historical aspect of the space to maybe even have some sound and but certainly some different signage and artifacts, so that when people enter there, they might really get a better sense of what it was like when it was fully operational as a train depot. We would also have a better area for merchandising. So right now, a lot of the materials that are for sale, they're behind a glass case. And if you know anything about merchandising, that is not how you sell merchandise. And so being able to have that information on full display, be able to sell Matthews paraphernalia, train paraphernalia. We have some wonderful local artists who do arts along this flavor, being able to highlight some of that and put it for sale. And then we would have a seating area here in the back so that it would be a little bit more approachable, and the chamber could still hold at least some small meetings there. But again, looking at special events area here with an additional touch screen, and then some mapping that would, beautiful mural type of map that would allow the key features of the community to be pointed out and really be a focal point within the facility. So again, this is not set in stone. This is really just kind of the initial swag at how the space could be repurposed. If there is interest in the board, we would be looking to finalize what would be included, have some schematics as well as final design drawn up. So there is a proposal in here that all totaled, if every component was pursued, we would be looking at, let's see, approximately $28,700 to get us construction-ready plans. If we wanted to phase it out, we could certainly fund it step by step and make sure that we were happy before we proceeded. But again, just looking for, is this something that the board is interested in pursuing, or is this something that we should just put on the back burner for now and perhaps revisit at a later date?
Do we know how old the original building is? Does anybody know? It's not overly important. I'm just curious. I know it was like built from the
Deeper
ground.
was originally constructed in 1880.
You go back to the Massey
1880.
Clark House age.
Frank Williams Senior could tell you a lot about that building. He did a lot of the design of the interior back in the 70s. So, and he has a lot of information about its history. Frank
Great.
Williams
Yep.
Senior.
Yep. All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
I personally would like to see it be redone. I've been to other communities and I've been to rest stops that have better visitor centers than we do, frankly. So, I think this is, if we're somewhere where we want people to be, I think having a really nice visitor center that really displays the town is something to be proud of. And, I think that's conducive to what we're
Yeah,
doing.
I was speaking to Becky Willard recently, and she made some very comparable comments. Commissioner Urban?
Well, I think, and the appetite of the Historic Foundation of getting involved in this is going to be huge, because we're already in conversations with the docents involved in a volunteer basis to sort of help man this facility, because who are better to talk about the history of Matthews, which will give a better presence to the Historic Foundation. So, I mean, we're having a really good dialogue across the board with all the players, because the chamber really wasn't engaged many moons ago to sort of be the visitor center handlers. They've taken that role on, and then up until when Rebecca, she was doing the Saturdays, we're not manning on weekends. And yet we did that purposely. When the sports box opened up, we were getting hundreds of people over the weekends coming in, and they either live here and don't know where to go, or they're from out of town and don't know where to go. And we're just missing an opportunity. So I think this is, the good news is, yes, there's some capital outlay, but we're also going to get some volunteers and work out of this thing aspect of it. And I think it's going to favor the Historic Foundation. So it's a great win-win.
Yeah, I think it's really kind of amazing when you think about it, that we don't celebrate our railroad history as much as we could. And it's a very key component of what Matthews is. Commissioner Garner?
Is Mr. Walker still here?
I do not believe so.
Paging Mr. Walker? I don't think he's.
I don't think he is.
No, really?
Uh,
Becky, could you reach us?
I would like to know how the design consultant was picked for this and Uten pottery.
He was selected because of his work directly with the Historic Foundation. He handled the Massey Clark House Heritage Museum, and of course, he's been working with Miss Lester on Uten pottery. So it was by natural extension that it went to Mike. I think also there's a reasonableness in his fee structure as opposed to other organizations that are much larger. So it was kind of like he's sort of been kind of like a Frank Williams Jr. You know what I'm saying? He was kind of in the know and sort of that part of the family from that aspect of it. If you wanted to circle back and entertain a different direction, I suppose could be done. But I think the comfort level of Mike making the connection to the Massey Clark House, the connection to Uten pottery and to the visitor center, there seemed to be a sort of kumbaya moment there, but doesn't necessarily mean it has to be that way.
I have concerns that the design would be aged out before implemented. And so I'd like to talk about that more. I mean, I feel like we should move forward, but there's the branding of Matthews being a part of this, I think would be important. I'm not sure as a designer, if he translates that way.
All right, other feedback for staff? I'd like to see us move forward with this. I think it solely needs a refresh, as they like to say. So almost anything would be better than what we have right now. I mean, it just really looks dated, and I think the letter that Becky included said it was awkward. I think it's a good description. I kind of chuckled when I read that. So
Would if for the benefit of Commissioner Gardner, if the board just peeled off the conceptuals and then you could respond to those conceptuals, and if you sort of had that sort of moment, that's a good time to sort of either push back and redesign or go in a different direction.
I mean, my opinion is only one, right? And so I recognize that. I just
No, but it's a valid concern. So I mean, the board could sit here and say, no, just do the whole soup to nuts, or just do conceptuals, and then you really just take it to task. And if you're not comfortable with it, there's a great opportunity to look at.
yeah, I mean, I would take that as the path forward. But I have concerns, so I want to voice those now before we get further down the road.
I get you.
what Mr. Walker showed for Uten Pottery seemed very Smithsonian-esque, if you go to the Smithsonian Museum, it's very similar.
Commissioner Garner, would you like to be involved in the conceptual process? So we have,
That's what Commissioner Urban was hoping for, was to work together, right? Because
I was looking to sort of bail out and then let somebody,
Mr. Hoover.
Something I'd like to see would be a safety issue, because I can't tell you how many times I've been down here and kids have been on top of that sucker. So
I saw someone jumping off of it. It was scary.
give them time,
Yeah.
give them time.
have they been, did you say on top of?
On top of
I
it.
have to. I've seen
And the parents are not around where they were.
it. Little kids.
Yeah, the
6
parents at
years old.
Beantown or wherever at the time, but yeah. We need some kind of safety. Something, I don't know what to tell you. But
Or some nets at the bottom. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? I think I'm hearing that we maybe move forward with conceptual, high level. No more risk.
So what we can do, there's not a budget amendment or an action request tonight, so we can bring the budget amendment back to your next meeting. We can phase the contract to Commissioner Garner's point, so that we are only contractually obligating ourselves one step at a time through this. And so if we needed to change direction, we're not having to try to undo a contract. And then we can certainly talk further if there's a meaningful way to get your input. I would love to have it to make sure that we're heading in the right direction early.
All right, I think that wraps that one up. We'll move on to the mayor's report. Got a few items I want to discuss. The first is, I understand there was a police baseball game played against the Butler High School boys, and amazingly, the police won somehow. And I understand there was some payola going on, but
Police and fire.
Sergeant McWhorter
Police
was
and
involved
fire.
in that.
We got to give fire some credit. So they showed up.
And
to-
fire
it
as
was
well, but
it was a great time.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah,
I
I just,
understand you participated as well.
I did. I was very lucky to play on the Guns and Hoses baseball team. It was a lot of fun. It was a really good event. I believe Brandon would raise $3,500. Is that the right figure? It was really good. I want to give Brandon a huge shout out, because he was the one who kept everything going, got the team together, graciously had me on the team, even though I struck out. Sorry about that. But it was a really good event. We won 22-16. The kids had a really good time. They were playing all sorts of jokes on us and kind of making fun of us at times. It was a really, really good event. So I wanted to give Brandon his due and thank him for getting that together. He did a great job.
Yeah,
And I'll do better next year, I promise.
I actually had I had a constituent call me today and mention you, Sergeant McWhorter by name, as how grateful they were for you heavily being involved in the organization of this, and it was for leukemia. So it was a great event. So thank you.
He also pitched incredible. I'm worried he might leave the police department for Major League Baseball, so.
Next item I want to remind everyone of is Memorial Day is Monday, May 29th, and the American Legion Hooks Oar Post is going to have a memorial at the Old Matthews Cemetery at 7:30 a.m. And this is an event that's unfortunately kind of sparsely attended. So if anybody wants to get a early morning cup of coffee and come by the Old Matthews Cemetery, that's a really touching event. And we lay wreaths at the Hooks and Oars graves. And I don't know, Commissioner Hoover, do you want to say something about that? You're related to Hooks or I ask her every year. You are, how are you related? Well, it's a really touching and nice tribute. And then at 11, I believe, is that correct? 11 at Stumptown Park, there'll be another event. It's a short event. The attendance has been picking up year over year, and we've had several hundred people there last year. So we're hoping to have a lot of folks show up for that. Finally, I wanted to also, I mentioned that my son had graduated from NYU. And I kind of messed up what his degree was in. He achieved a master's of urban planning, not an MPA. Shows what I know. His dad helping him pay for it. But one thing that was interesting, I wanted to share. My son took us, my wife and I and his sister, all over New York City. I think we went to every borough. Graduation was at Yankee Stadium. This is in a park that has a tower in it that, speaking of Memorial Day, it pays tribute to thousands of Revolutionary War soldiers that were killed when they were placed on British prison ships in the Brooklyn Naval Yard. There's a big tower right behind here, and the bodies that they could recover, which were literally thousands of bodies, are in the base of this tower that was built a long time ago. Really touching. But I was looking, this is in Brooklyn. I was looking down across through another section of the park, and I said, "Hey, what's that?" And he said, "It's an inflatable movie screen." So they literally blow this thing up and set it down wherever they want. And then they project it from the little booth over there to the right. So they move this thing all over New York City to show movies. So I thought this is kind of neat. And I think, Laura, you might have looked at some of the costs, but I understand they're fairly reasonable. And it's just a portable movie screen that you could move from park to park if we wanted to show a movie at Purser Halsey or something like that. The other thing, I don't want to dwell too much on personal issues, but the keynote speaker at my son's graduation for his college was Bill de Blasio. And you may be aware that Mr. de Blasio was the mayor of New York City from 2014 to 2022, and he ran for president in 2020. And my son was fortunate enough to take a class about politics from Mr. de Blasio. And he said, who in here knows anything about politics? And my son said, well, my dad is the mayor of Matthews. And he said, well, tell your dad that, he said, I know where Matthews is. And he said, Matthews and New York City have very similar issues, just on different scales. And I thought it was kind of neat that Mr. de Blasio recognized Matthews as maybe having some of the issues they have there. So anyway, that's all I have. I hope my son gets a job soon. Yeah, true. Town attorney report.
No report, Mayor.
Town manager report.
No report.
Now entertain a motion to go into closed session. Moved. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? All opposed? Yes. Call for motion to go in closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A5 to consider the acquisition of real property to include the mayor and board of commissioners, town attorney, town manager, assistant town manager, planning director, public works director, transportation planner, town clerk, and NCDOT representatives, Travis Pressler and Stuart Basham. So does your motion include all that?
Yes, my motion included all that.
And do you? Yeah, he seconds it. Okay.
Larry
so
seconded.
we've got it.